Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. Today we will learn the Excel formulas for job interview. That's it. If these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the like and subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And just a quick info.
And now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. So here we have some text boxes on the column A, and on column B we have lower and upper. Okay, so we have a mix of uppercase and lowercase in our text. So first we'll try to convert them to lowercase, and then we'll try to convert the entire text into uppercase. So for that you need to press on equal symbol and select the lower formula tab, and you selected the function. And now click on the cell A3, that's your cell address, and press on OK. Now all the letters are converted to lowercase. So we had J in the uppercase, which is converted to lowercase. Now all you can do is drag the formula to all the cells and it will be applied to all the cells, right? Now let's similarly try to convert into uppercase and tap space, and there you go, you have selected the formula. Now the cell address, press enter, and drag the same drag the same formula to all the cell addresses, and there you go, all the cells are converted to uppercase. Now that's how you convert the cells or data in Excel to uppercase or lowercase in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and there are sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must start to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them, so how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it, it's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert. And then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet. Now we have started our Excel worksheet, and here you can see we have employee details on our worksheet. Now all of a sudden you wanted to add employee second name as well, or a last name, right? So you're a beginner and you don't know how to add a column, or you might be a little ambiguous, right? So instead of using this simple step, you might end up creating a whole new sheet, or maybe other approaches as well, which are time consuming. So let me give you this simple step. All you have to do is select the column. So here you wanted to add a last name, right? So B is your column with the first name, and here you wanted to add a second name or the last name, which is in between the columns B and C. So remember that Excel adds a column always towards the left side of a column. So here if you wanted to add a column next to B, then you want to select the column C and right click and select the insert option so that it can be added in between B and C, which is adjacent to B. So let's look at it, right? So you have added the next column, or a new column right next to the column B, and it's in between the designation and employee name. Now you can add your second name. So that's how you create a new column in Excel. Now in case if you wanted to create multiple columns altogether, so here we needed a second name. Also here you have a designation and you wanted to add another column which assigns managers to the employees, right? So let's delete it, delete the second column, and let me explain you what I want to do. So here you wanted to add the second name of the employee and also the manager of these employees, right? So here you wanted to add 2 columns altogether, right? And now you might be wondering, could I add 2 columns together? or will it work only for the one column thing, right? No, it works for two columns and also more than two columns altogether. So you wanted to add two columns here, right? So select the two columns. You can select, or you can click on the column C and hold that left key and drag it along the right side. Okay, so here I've selected two columns and here it's three, right? So you can see here it's 10485676R cross 3C. That means you have selected three columns. If I navigate out of the four, you can see we have selected four columns, right? Now right click and select on insert, and you'll have four columns in between employee name and designation. Now you might have to add your second name, manager's name, manager's employee ID, and the department, everything, or you can add anything or any number of columns in between the existing columns. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. Now you might want to, add some extension to your data. Since we have sales here, you might want to add the dollar logo, right? So if you have like 5 to 10 rows, then it's easy. But if you have multiple rows, then it might be a little time consuming. In such scenarios, you might want to select the entire column, right? So how do you do that in a shortest method? So there are multiple methods to do it. So the easiest one, the first and the easiest one is clicking on the column number or column name. So here we have the column name, that is E, and if you click on it, the entire column is selected. And here we have numbers. So let us imagine that you wanted to select the row number 2. Click on number 2 and you have all the rows, the entire row selected, all the cells are selected, right? So this is one way. And again, there is another way where you can just, click on the first table header and press Control Spacebar. So the combination key is Control Spacebar for columns. And if you want to select the entire row, it is Shift Spacebar. So this is the method 2. And another method, so you might have a doubt here, right? So when you click on the column name or when you click on the row number, the entire row or entire column gets selected, right? And you wanted to select only the cells which have data. So we have another way for that. So you can select the cell. Now hold the Control and Shift key and press the lower arrow key to select the entire column with cells having data. So there you go. You have selected all the cells in one single column with only data. And all the cells which do not have data are not selected. Same applies to rows as well. Control Shift, right arrow key or left arrow key based on your rows. And all the rows with data will be selected. All the cells in a row are selected, not the entire row. And coming back to the first question, that is adding the dollar symbol. So here we have general. So go to the data type and add currency. So you have rupees here. So currently we are in India, so we have rupees. Now what is the advantage of selecting the entire row when you don't have any data in the 57th row or the next cell, right? I'll show you. Now let us add the number 100 and press enter. There you go. Let us add another number like 1000 and press enter. So the data formatting is automatically applied to all the cells. So most of the time your cells or the data sheet will be varying. You might have to add or remove elements or numbers, right? So in such scenarios, this will be helpful. Now, comparing two different columns or multiple columns happens to be an important job when you're working in data analytics, as you have to come up with some decisive decisions based on the data. Now, if you had to do it manually, then you might end up taking hours or even days based on the dataset you're working with. But if I say that you can do it within minutes, then it would be interesting to work with, right? Now, we'll be doing the same. Now, we'll work on a sample dataset right on my screen. So here we have column 1 and column 2. Now, our job is to compare the column 1 and column 2 and come up with a result. Now the first and the simplest way to do it is use the built-in conditional formatting which comes with Excel by default. Now all you have to do is select all the data and navigate to Home, and in the Home go to Styles group and select Conditional Formatting. And in Conditional Formatting you can see Highlight Cells. So in that you can use Duplicate Values. When you click on Duplicate Values, a small pop-up window will come on your screen. And here you have an option of choosing whether duplicate or unique. So duplicate means you're comparing the cells, and you can see there are some duplicate cells which are present in column 1 are also present in column 2. Now you can also check how to find out the unique values which are only present in column 1 but not in column 2. So you can just press unique, and there you go, you can find it. Now you can also try to change the color by filling with green for the unique columns and duplicate cells with color red. Now this was the first method, and you can also work out some different ones, like you can just directly press equal to and select the cell and equals to and the next cell. Press enter, and if there is a match it will give you true. If there is no match, then it will give you false. Now you can drag it down and see which all are matching and which all are not. Now you can also make some minute modifications to this. So if in case you didn't find the data, then you can say not found. So for that you can try if and inside brackets, and then you can give the value as not found. If true, it's found. First you have to give the true values. So for true you can write it as found, and in case if it's not found, then you can write it down as not found. There you go. Close the bracket, press enter, and there you go. If there is a perfect match, you will have found, and if there is no match, then you'll get not found. Now, so far we have discussed comparing two cells using conditional formatting, and also by using equals to operator, and trying to add some tweaks to the equals to operator by involving with if operator. And apart from those, we also have another way to compare two columns in Excel. So another way is using the lookup functions. So we'll use a simple Vlookup function to compare both the cells. So for that, let's type in equals to Vlookup, type space, and select the cell you want to check for, and then the range of elements you want to compare, and then I'll press F4 to log them. Now you want the data from column 1, and now you want the exact match, so 0. Press enter. So there you go. So the elements which are present in column 1 and column 2 are being displayed here. So but in case if the elements are not found, you'll get an error. So let's look at that. Simply drag the formula to all the cells, and there you go. So the elements which are matching will give you the proper result, but the ones which are not matching will give you not applicable or error message. This can be fixed. We can make some minor tweaks to the same formula. So we can add if error comma simply write in as not found. And close the bracket. So that should do. So we have closed the bracket and press enter. There you go. Now simply drag this, and soon you can see the data which is having no match is shown as not found. Now there is another possibility. Okay, let's get back to another different sheet. So this should work. So we already have the formula, so let's erase that first. I'll erase the whole data and even this one. Yeah, now we have the clear column 4. So here you can see we have Ford India, and here you can see we have just Ford. And similarly, here you have Mahindra and Mahindra, and here you have Mahindra, right? So in some situations, you might have to compare two different columns, but the names might be a little different, right? So for example, if you're working with Oracle, and if you're working with Oracle America, and you have in the first case is Oracle and in the second column is Oracle America, then those are one and the same, but you have some minor text changes, right? Just like here you have Ford India and here you have Ford. So what if you had such kind of issues? So you can also make some minor tweaks to it. So using the same lookup formula, you can add equals to Vlookup, and also the comparison cell, which is this one. And you're not stopping there. You're trying to add the wildcard here. So the wildcard is asterisk, which means if there is anything like if you get the comparison between the first cell and the second cell which matches, and if there is anything extra rather than the actual cell, please try to consider it. So that's what we're going to do. So after entering the wildcard symbol, you'll select the range of columns which you have to fetch the data from, and then try to fix them using function key F4. You're looking from the column number 1, and then you're finding the exact match. Now you can close it and enter. Now let's try to drag it. There you go. So you have the data, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai India, Honda India. So that's how you try to use comparing cells in Excel. Now you can see I'm on my Excel worksheet and I have one table on my worksheet right now. So you can, transposing or, converting rows to columns is a very simple task. I'll explain you in 2 different ways. So the first way, select all the cells that you have on your sheet and press on Control C, so it will give you the copy option, and then you can also paste in the same sheet, or if you want, you can go to a whole new sheet and select the paste option over here. But before selecting the actual paste option, you can see a small drop down icon. Click on that and navigate to paste special, and in this you can see transpose option. Click on that, or make sure that it's checked and press OK. Now you can see all your columns have been converted into rows and all your rows are converted into columns. So this was the first way. And what is the second way, you ask me? So it's really simple. Select one cell somewhere, and you can, or let's create a new sheet as well. So here you can write down the formula as transpose and select the array which you want to transpose. So this is the array. So transpose is basically an array function in Excel. So once you are done with selecting your data, press enter. There you go. So all your rows are now columns and all your columns are now the rows. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some data, which is the sales data of quarterly basis in the 4 different zones, that is north, west, south, east. So you can make things look better by hiding these columns, and if you hide these columns, it's critical for the end user to identify which columns are exactly hidden, right? To make things a little easier for your end user, you can select the columns and then go to the data option, and in the data option click on the group option. So this will group these columns, and you will have the symbol of minimization, which will help you hide these columns automatically and unhide these columns automatically. Now let's also try to group GHIJ columns, and there you go. Now similarly, let's also try to group the rows of north and rows of west. Then you have the rows of south and rows of east. Right now, all these rows and columns are been grouped. Now, all you can do is just click on the minimize button and those will be minimized. Similarly, the rows, right? And to unhide them, all you can do is click on the plus icon and they will be unhidden. You can also try to ungroup the columns and rows. All you have to do is select the columns and click on the ungroup option. Similarly, the rows as well. And that's how you can group and ungroup rows and columns in Excel. Now we are on our spreadsheet and you can see I have some sample data on my spreadsheet and it does have some blank rows. Now how do I eliminate these blank rows? So one step is you can select the entire row and try to right click and delete it. Again, this sort of method might take hours to get rid of all the blank rows, and most of the time you might end up even selecting the rows with data in it, right? So if I want to select multiple rows, then I'll be selecting some rows with data as well, which might be a little troublesome in the future. Now let's try to use the easier way. Now for that, go to the find and select option, select the go to special option, and in that select the blanks option and press OK. Now hold Control key and press minus key, and you will have an option of deleting the cells. Now select the entire row. Now we are selecting the entire rows with blank data and press OK, and the cells will be shifted. Now this was simple, but let me show you another example. So even here we have some blank rows, but in between those blank rows, for example, take cell 17 or cell D17 or row 17, we have some data testing. And here in the employee ID, we have some data in A26. And again in B39, we have some data that is first name. Right. In such scenarios, how do I eliminate data? So we have a simple logic for it. So all we need to do is add another row, which is to count the number of cells in the row. Now that can be count. Now here equals to, the function is count A. Press tab, and the cells will be from A2 to G2. Press enter. Now you have 7. So now we are basically calculating the number of cells. So if you apply the same to the entire data set, let's drag it, and there you go. So there are certain places where you find 0, which are basically the empty columns, right? Now let's do some formatting if you need. Let's try to add filters. Control A, Control T, and now table will have filters and headers. Now here you can see the drop down icon, click on that. Now instead of select all, what you can do is select 0. Now you will be highlighted with all the rows which do not have any data. Select all those and press on delete, or what you can do is the same way, control minus, and there you go. Now clear the filter. Now all you have is the data without any kind of blank rows. So all the rows that had some amount of data are retained, and all the data or all the cells or all the rows which do not have any data, which are completely blank, they have been eliminated. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the fourth row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet, and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option, you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see three different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12, and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically, right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the options menu in the last, and here go to Customize ribbon, and here in the second drop down menu you can see developer option. By default it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text, right? Now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53 and 12 cents, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website.
So, for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company which stores the first name, second name, or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon, and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name, and the email ID has got combined all together. so you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces, and then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands, and then again we have used an ampersand to include the colon, and see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
And you can see on my screen we have the sales data of one single employee in the month of January. Okay, so this is the sales data of John in January sales. Now let us imagine that we have the same person's or same John's data of sales of all the 3 months. Okay, so here we have the sales data of John for January, February and March, and you wanted to club all these 3 months and write it down as quarter 1, right? So let us try doing it. Now you can see that only January is replaced as quarter 1, and February and March are still remaining the same. So let us try to delete them. So we have deleted them, and I think now it looks like this is the sales data of one single quarter, that is quarter 1. But again, quarter 1 is under column B, and anyone who looks at it feels like this data is of January, February and March, and all the quarter 1 details are only present in B column, but C and D are completely, different from this one, right? So you don't want that kind of an impression on your, the one who are presenting to you. So in those situations, you want to merge all these 3 columns and make sure that the quarter 1 is present somewhere in between the cells so that all the data looks relevant, and it defines that these data elements belong to quarter 1, right? So there is an option in Excel to do that. So select all the cells that you want to merge and go into Home button, and in Home button, get into the alignment group and select Merge and Center. So you can do it directly. Also, you have a couple of more options. There is Merge and Center, Merge Across, Merge Cells, and Unmerge. So we'll go through it one by one. So first we'll go through Merge and Center. So there you go. The cells got merged and it has been aligned into center. Now again, if your manager or anyone superior to you wants this to be, independent, like they want it to be in terms of January, February and March, so that they can have access to it in month-wise. So you want to unmerge it back, right? How to do that now? So the same menu and select unmerge, and there you go. You have your data back in the original form again. All you have to do is, rename a few cells. There you go. And you have it back, right? So in a few situations, okay, you can also add the borders so that it looks more relevant. Now, now let's try to merge this again and merge in center. Yeah. Now again, let us imagine that you are going through an appraisal cycle, and you also wanted to add some comments about the sales happening in your company regarding all the employees, right? So also we have that here. Now let me expand a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So again, let's merge and center. Now you wanted to take a review of your level 1, level 2 and level 3 managers. So you have all the 3 rows here, but you can see the cells are not merged, and you wanted to merge every single row. So merging and centering everything row wise would be a little time consuming. I mean, 3 columns is okay, but what if you had you had to take a review from a couple of more managers, like 5 to 10, right? Or imagine a you wanted to write some random comments apart from review. You wanted to write some random comments based on month-wise sales or something like that. So it would be time consuming, right? So apart from that, you have another option where you select all the cells and come over here and select the option of merge across, and all the cells will be merged all together at once, and you will be having those individual rows where you can write down your reviews like review 1 and so on, review 2, right? So this is how the option of merge across works, and we already have been through the merge and center, and merge is completely similar to merge and center. So this is how merge and center, merge cells, and merge across and unmerge cells in Excel work. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method, and you can enter done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel. That is Control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now, there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet. That is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys. That is holding Control, holding Shift, and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet. And this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the today function that we have used here. So you can see on my screen, we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet, you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that, you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that, and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month, and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats, so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month, and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States, and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format, where you have years in the first place, months in the second place, and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date, and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to Format Cells, Custom, and here, I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month, and year. Press OK. So there you go. Right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending. So go to Format Cells and Custom. And you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. And you can see now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and you can see we have a column of dates, and on the column B we have age. Now how do you calculate the age using the date of birth? So this is completely simple. All you have to use is the Datedif function, or if you also call it as Datedif function, based on your choice. We also have a specific entire tutorial based on Datedif in Excel for further information. That video will be linked in the description box below. You can go through it, or you can use the end screens and iCards linked to this video to get back to the tutorial based on Datedif in Excel. Now let's calculate the age of these dates, or these people with these date of births. So all you have to do is type equals to and type Datedif and open a bracket. We need 3 parameters here. That is the date of birth. That is the first parameter. Now the second one is the today function, because you're calculating the age of these people as per today, right? So we have a today function in Excel. Press on tab to select it and give a close bracket. Now comma. And if you wanted to calculate the age in terms of days, you have to give D as the input. Yep, here it should be D as the input, and don't forget to use the double quotes here. And if you use the single quotes, there might be an error, so use double quotes. If you want it in the days part, you can give days, and if you want it in months, you can give months. For now we want in years, so we will be giving Y as the third parameter and press enter. There you go. You have the age here in 26 years. You can drag the same function and you have the ages here as you wanted, right? So this is how you calculate age in Excel. And on my Excel spreadsheet, let me expand it. We have 2 different timings, that is in and out. So here we are considering a scenario where we are calculating the total number of hours worked by an employee in an organization. So the in time will be the time where the employee logged in, and the out time will be the time when the employee logged out. So here we have made some minor cell formatting. So when you right click on any of the cell, you can get back to the formatting cells option, and in that option we have selected the AM PM. So there is also another option of choosing the 24-hour timing, that is 1320 1330. So this represents the 24-hour format, but since we are working on office timings, let's keep it as AM PM. Okay, so there you go. So we have our timings of in and out. Now to calculate the time difference between the in time and out time. So this particular calculation is completely simple. All you have to do is press equals to select out time minus select in time. So there you go, press enter and you have the total number of hours the employee has been working in your organization. So here also we have made some minor cell formatting. So usually it comes out as AM PM, right? But instead of that, we have made a minor cell formatting. We have navigated into time and we have selected the 24-hour formatting so that we have just hours in our output.
However, if you are looking to get certified, then hey there, we are here with an amazing course through which you can catch the eyes of top recruiters in the industry. Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So you can see that I've got some data, which is first name of the employee, last name of the employee, and phone number. And let us assume that your manager has given you a task to identify all those employees which did not give an phone number. So you wanted to identify them using a checkbox, right? Like you will be providing a check for all the employees that we have received the phone numbers, and you will not be checking the employees which did not give the phone number, right? So let's try to do that. So to include a checkbox, you might want to get into the developer option. But for few reasons, Microsoft has disabled developer option by default. To enable developer option, all you have to do is just navigate anywhere on the ribbon here and right click, and then you can see customize the ribbon option. When you click into it, you will be redirected into the ribbon option, and here you can see the developer option on the right side, right, this one. So by default you can see that your developer option is not enabled. To enable it, you have to check in it, and there you go, you have it now. So press OK and you'll have the developer option. Now go to the developer option and select the insert option, and there you can see the checkbox. Now draw the checkbox anywhere. I'll draw it over here, and there you go, you have the first checkbox, right? Now if you want, you can even customize this. So carefully click it. You can edit the text and write it as done. Okay. Now you can even copy this to all the cells. Just select and drag, and there you go. Now you can go ahead and check all the employees which you have received the phone numbers, and you can eliminate the ones which did not provide you with the phone numbers. That's how you can do it. And there's also another option where you can use this to include it in a formula. Since this data is only of 25 rows, you can manually check in the data and you can leave the data which is you have not received. But what if you had 2500, right? Then you might need formula. So in such scenarios, you can use a formula. So how do you use that? So for example, if this particular box is checked, then you will get a true value here, and if it's not checked, you will have a false value. Then you can use that boolean value to include in your formula, right? Sounds interesting. Now let's try to implement that. You can right click the cell and you can find format control. Then you can see here you have an option called cell link. Here select the cell link and press OK. So here you can see if you have checked this, the value is true, and if you uncheck this, you can see the value turned false. Now you can use this particular cell reference for including this in a formula. Now let us also check how to include checkboxes on Google Sheets. In Google Sheet, it's really simple. All you have to do is get into the insert option and you can see a readily available checkbox. You don't have to use any developer options over here. And there you go, you can just check.
Now let us assume that you're giving an important presentation and you're also requested by your manager to add the Excel document that you have used to create that particular report, which would be something like this. When you click on it, it will open a new Excel document or Excel window with all the data in it, right? So how do we do that? Let's look at the demo. Now let's have a blank slide and let's get back to the source where our Excel file is located, that is in My Documents. So we are currently in My Documents and we have the Excel file which we used for creating that particular report. Now If we copy and try to paste it on our Excel document, it would look something like this. And clearly it's not visible and it's not accessible, right? So instead of this, there is another way where you can directly add the Excel document in the form of logo, which is a rather simple idea. All you have to do is just click on the insert option in the toolbar, then navigate to the text group, and here you will find the option called object. Click on the object and it will give you a new window where you can identify which type of document or object you want to add, either create or create from file. So we have the file in our local system, so we'll choose create from file, browse, and from browse we will go into the documents section where we have our Excel file. Click on the Excel file and click on OK. Now if you want the data or Excel file to be displayed in the form of an icon, then click on the display as icon section, and here you can change the icon. So you can choose any one of the given options. Let's choose this particular one and click on OK. Another OK, and there you go. The icon will be now displayed on your Microsoft PowerPoint PPT, which is completely clickable as the previous one. Whenever you click on this, the Excel document will be opened. So that's how you add Excel document into Microsoft PowerPoint. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here I'm trying to insert some images onto my spreadsheet. So here we have company logos and company brand names. So since we already have the brand names, what we need to add here is the brand logos. Okay, so how do I add such kind of an image into an Excel spreadsheet? That you might be thinking that Excel spreadsheets are just for data, not multimedia image or files, right? So no, it's not. It's completely wrong. You can also add your images onto your Excel spreadsheets. It's completely simple. So click anywhere on the Excel spreadsheet, navigate to the insert button, select the illustrations option from the add-ins group, click on that, and in the drop down you can see the pictures icon or the pictures button. Click on that and select from this device, or if you have an online stock image you can take that, or you can also check out from online pictures. For now I'll select the device, this device, and here I have some images. The images what we need are Simplilearn and Simplicode logos. Press OK or insert. So here you have them. Now you can also adjust the size of the image using the small buttons here. Press it over here and done. So you might be wondering, is it all done? Is there anything more to do, or just adding an image is done? No. Most of the times when you create or you work with Excel spreadsheet, you will not just add some data and add a relevant image to it. Most of the time you add some graphs, or most of the time you'll add some charts to showcase the data dashboard, right? So it will be something like this. So this is how you add the image or graph onto your dashboard, and sometimes you might not have enough place to display your entire dashboard. During those situations, what you do is you try to hide the row or column. So now let's try to hide this particular row. Let us imagine that you wanted to show only two charts and there is no space for your third chart. In such scenarios, you might want to hide or remove that third chart. Okay, so let's try to hide it and see if it gets hidden or not. When you try to hide it, you can see the column A has no data and the row number 4 has been hidden. So we have 3 and 5. But what about the image? It is still present, right? So if you want to make sure that the row also hides the image, then you might have to do a little formatting with it. So select the image, go to picture format. Or you can also right click and directly navigate to picture format. This opens up a set of options, and here you might want to go to the third one, which is picture format third, and select the properties, and here select the option of move and size with cells. So when you select this, when you try to hide this, it will also, the graph or the image will also hide along with the row. So that's how you do it. So how to insert PDF in Excel? Now there are multiple ways to insert a PDF into Excel, so we will go through a couple of ways. First is, here let us imagine that we wanted to insert some PowerPoint presentation in PDF format into our Excel sheet. So that belongs to Excel Basics. Now click on the cell where you want to add the PDF, or just click any cell in the Excel spreadsheet, then go to the option of Insert in the toolbar. Then navigate to Text option, click on it and select Object. And here you can select Create from File, and then you can browse. And here you have your Excel Basics PDF in my documents. Click on that, select Insert. So here you can just press OK and the PDF will be inserted. Now you can minimize the size of PDF to fit the cell. There you go, the PDF got successfully inserted into your Excel spreadsheet. Now let's discuss about the second way. Now the second way is completely same. The only difference is you can add some logo to your PDF. So you can see it has been added in direct form of a PDF, like what's the first slide of the PPT. But instead of that, if you wanted to highlight it as an icon, then you can select the display as icon button here and press OK. Now you don't have to reformat the size of your PPT or PDF. All you have to do is add the logo to your PDF, and it will also include the title. So this is another way of adding PDF to your Excel sheet. Now another way. So a few times you don't want the first page of the PDF to be visible, or any kind of logo of that PDF reader to be visible on your spreadsheet. Sometimes all you want is some dedicated image or a dedicated logo, right? So this time let's try to add a dedicated image to our PDF. So go to Insert again. Here you can see the illustrations option. Click on Picture, and from this device, so I will select the Simplilearn's logo, and now you have to resize the logo a little bit to fit the cell. There you go. You can click on the right click button and select the option of link. Now select the existing file or web page option. So if you are interested to learn more on hyperlink in Excel, we have a dedicated tutorial on that. Please go through Hyperlinks in Excel by Simplilearn, which will explain you everything about hyperlinks in Excel, how to insert them, different types of documents to be inserted, and how it works in real time. For now, let's try to insert the existing web page, and go to Documents, navigate to Documents, and inside this you have the Excel Basic PDF. Click on OK, and it has been added to your image. So when you click on it, it will open the PDF document attached to it. So when you hover over to the cell, you can see it will ask you a permission. Do you want to continue or not? Just click on this, ignore the warning. So you can see the PDF has been successfully opened. Convert PDF into Excel. Now to do this, let's get back to the practical mode and try to convert some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar, and in the data option of the toolbar we have the ribbon of Get and Transform Data. In this ribbon you can see Get Data option. Select that and you can see various options here, from file, from database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from file, and in that we have a drop down, and in that drop down you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON, and if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, And now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have table 1, table 2, and there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4 and 5, and this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now, it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it and here choose the option load to, and here select table option. And if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. And the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel.
That is how to add tick mark in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data. So they've been assigned a task and they want to update the task status as done and not done using symbolic statements. That is tick mark and into marks. Now how to do that? It is really simple. We'll discuss 2 different ways. The first way is to do it by conditional formatting. So click a cell on the task status, go to conditional formatting, click on the new rule. Yes, of course we can use the icon settings, but we want to automate it. So click on the new rule, right? So here, instead of to color scale, select icon sets. Now go to the settings. Here we don't want the third symbol, so select no cell icon. And here instead of percentage number formula, let's add just a simple number. And the second one as well, just a simple number. Now in the icon settings, select tick mark. You have various types of them, the circular tick mark. Let's select the generic tick mark without any outer circles, and into here generic X mark. And now let's set the values. When the value is greater than 0, it will be green, and when the value is less than or equal to 0, it will be X. And the reference value is 0, and here also the reference value is 0. Everything is okay. Click on OK and done. And here you cannot see the logos yet. We need to add some formula here, which is equals to if. Click on tab to select the symbol, and if cell address C2 is equals to done, then the value should be 1. Else the value should be 0. Close the bracket, enter. Right, now you can see this particular logo here. Now drag the same formula, it's done. Now you can see we do have numbers. You can eliminate those numbers as well. Just edit the rules, and here you can see show icon only. Click OK and the numbers will be removed. Also edit the second one,
And there you go. The numbers are gone and only the symbols remain. Now what is the second technique? The second technique is available in the developer options. You can activate it by, going into the options here, go to file, and here go to options, and here go to advanced, customize ribbon, and in here on the right hand side you will get developer options. Click on the tick box and it will be enabled. Now go into developer options and click into insert menu, click on the form controls or active X controls, select the checkbox, and now just place it over here. You can edit this particular checkbox, delete everything, drag it as checkbox as well. Now you can drag the same cell across all the functions and you will have the checkbox as well. Now you can click on it and say if it's done or not. That is how to add watermark to Excel. Now on my sheet you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window, and in the insert window go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate to you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that, or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture, and you might wonder where is the picture. It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go, you can see it. Now you might be wondering the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. Okay, so that's how you work with watermarks in Excel, and that's how you can add and customize your watermarks using Excel. How to modify or increase cell size in Excel. Now, most of you might probably want to increase just the cell size or, just to increase the visibility of the text. So one of the easiest way is just to press on the plus icon on the bottom right corner of your Excel spreadsheet. So this will automatically increase the text size and you can see the text more clearly. Now apart from that, if it's just not that what you want to do, you can also modify by hovering over to the line between two columns and right click, which will give you the option of format cells or column width. So either of these options will help you to maximize or minimize your column width. Similarly, you can apply the same idea for your rows as well. So you can either format the cells or modify the row height of your cell, and this is another way. And another simple way is to just hold that line and drag it, so it improves your width of the column. And another way is to just hover onto that line and hold it and drag it to improvise or increase your width of the cell, and same applies to your row. So this is another way. So apart from that, there is another way, that is format cells from this particular option in the home button. You can select this, and here you have the row height, auto fit row height, column width, auto fit column width. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to, just by mistake you increase the cell size and you wanted to restore it back to the original thing, right? So you can just click on the auto fit height and click on the auto fit column width. There you go. It happens in that way. And now coming back to another simplest way, let us imagine that you are given a lot of data and you are told to auto fit all the rows and columns. Now we have already seen the format cell option where you will auto fit all the columns and width of the column and also the height of the rows, etc., right? But there is also a keyboard shortcut to do this. So all you have to do is select a cell and press Ctrl A to select all the cells in the spreadsheet. And once all the cells are selected, all you have to do is press and hold Alt key and then release it. Then the combination of keys, that is HOI. So your column width has been now adjusted. Now the same formula or the same shortcut key with a small modification. Press and hold and release Alt key. Now H, O and A to adjust the row height. So this is the way where you can increase or decrease or modify or auto fit all the cells in Excel.
Now you can see that we have the first column, that is A column, and the first set of that is text, and all the other cells are numbers. But as a whole, Excel considers the whole column as a general data format. So why are we discussing about this? So to create a barcode in Excel, you have to make sure that all the elements in the column are of text data type. So the first step is to convert this general data type to text data type. So you can do that by going into the data type and selecting text. And now all the elements in your first column A are type text. Now the next step is to convert these elements into barcode. Now for that, let's create a new column called barcode. Now our new column, that is barcode, has been created. Now the next step would be is to check for the barcode font. So the barcode font looks something like this. But let me remind you, the barcode font in Excel is not available by default. Don't worry if it's not available, we can download it from open source. So let's go back to Google. So on the Google, you want to search for barcode font for Excel. So the one that I would recommend is 3 of 9 barcode font. Now you can download this font by just clicking on the download button over here. Now I've already downloaded this font on my local system. Let's now try to install that. Now the 3 of 9 barcode folder will come in the form of zip folder. You have to unzip that. And after unzipping, you'll get the setup file which looks something like this, which is 3 of 9 new. Select that and you'll be having the installer file over here. You can install by selecting the install button over here. So I have already installed it in my local system, so it is readily available for me on my Microsoft Excel. Now we might want to create the barcode for this particular cell in A2. So let's create that. So to create a barcode, we need to write in a formula that is equals to double quotes, star, double quotes and ampersand symbol, address of the cell, that is A2, another ampersand symbol, again double quotes, star symbol and double quotes. So you can either use this, or instead of star you can use brackets as well. So let's try brackets. Now select enter. Now this will generate another type of code in your resultant cell. Now we will change the font for this particular resultant cell and we will get our barcode. Now you can just drag all these cells so that you can apply the formula to all the codes. Now I got all the codes over here. Now select all the cells, get into the fonts and here select the barcode font and there you go. You have the barcode for all the numbers you have in your column A. So that's how you create barcode in Excel.
Excel Flash Fill is a feature of Microsoft Excel where Excel can sense a pattern in a cell and apply the same logic to extract the similar resultant pattern out of the remaining cells in a table. Might be a little confusing, right? So let us simplify it. So let us imagine that you have a text in one of the cells in the Excel sheet and you wanted to trim a part of that text. For example, let us imagine that there is an assembly where the car parts are assembled together to finish a car. So each and every part has a code, the serial number, the product code, and the assembly code, etc. Right? And you wanted to separate all those three. If you wanted to do that, you might want to use the trim function, which might be a little tedious to apply to all the cells. But what if I say there is a simple key format using which you can fill all the columns in the Excel sheet within a fraction of a second? Sounds interesting, right? So that's exactly the flash fill function in Excel does. Now, before we get started, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the flash fill in Excel. For that, we might want to start the Excel to get in the practical mode. Now, we are on the Microsoft Excel. And remember the example we discussed? So this is a similar example. Now the first column in the sheet is the product detail. So this product detail consists of the product code, that is 112. Next we have the product serial number, that is 1002567. And lastly the assembly code, that is A, S and X. Now we want to separate this product detail into three columns where we have the first column to be storing the product code, second one to be storing the product serial number, and the last one to be storing the assembly code. So now if you want to do that using trim function, you might want to apply the trim function here and trim out the left part. And again for the product serial number, you might want to use the trim function again, which might go into a little complicated pattern. So to avoid the complications and decrease the time spent, we might want to use the flash fill in Excel. Now let us help Excel about the pattern that we might want to generate. So the pattern is 112. And the next one is 322. So now you can see that the text was highlighted. That was the intimation from the Excel that it understood the pattern. Now going into the next cell and holding the control key and pressing the E button will help us to fill the remaining cells in the column B. So that's how it is done. And similarly, let's try out for the serial number. For that, the serial number is 10025637. Now in the next cell we have 10036582. Now we can go to the third cell and press Ctrl E for Windows, and if you're using a Mac operating system, then you have to press Command E and all these serial numbers will be filled. So this will reduce the time in separating the pattern and filling the columns. Now let's try the last column, that is ASX, which happens to the assembly code. Next we have F, G and V. Now the shortcut method, that is Control E, and there you go. Now you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers, etc., etc., or the text which is properly aligned or separated using a hyphen? No, it can also be used for some random text which is like this. So let us imagine that we have a text which is of length like 20 or 30 and you wanted to print only a part of it. So here I'm going to print the alphabets from position 4th to position 8th. So I've already tried the first one, that is taking out the alphabets from 4th location to the 8th location, or the pattern of the text, that is I, F, E, R from Jennifer Lopez. And in the next cell we have the numbers starting from the location 4 to 8, so that is 7767. And similarly we have the other cells consisting of the names of few cars, that is Alfa Romeo, Bugatti Veyron, and next we have Superman Returns text. So now let's press the shortcut key, that is Ctrl E, and make sure that all the remaining cells are filled. So that's how the flash fill works. So the flash fill in Excel will reduce the time consumed to fill all the columns by separating the text in your main cell, that is the column A, which we have here in this example, and it also reduces the complexity of using a trim function in Excel. There's hyperlinks in Excel. Now hyperlink is something which is clickable, and when you click on it, it will redirect you to a different web page, to a different worksheet, or a different location in your local system. So there are a variety of options, and we will explore all of them using Excel. Now creating a hyperlink is really simple. We have multiple ways. Now let's write some text on the Excel worksheet. I'll write Simplilearn. Now, creating a hyperlink is really simple. You have multiple ways. The first simplest shortcut is clicking on the cell where you want to place the hyperlink and holding Control key and pressing K. Now, this will enable the hyperlink menu box or the dialog box. This is the first way. And let me close it. Now, again, we have selected the cell. There is another option where you have to click on the Insert menu on the toolbar and navigate to Links group. Click on the link option and you will again have the dialog box of the hyperlink in Excel. And the third way is right click on the cell and you can see the link option in the last, and this will enable the hyperlink option in Excel. Now let's create a hyperlink. The simplest way again, Control K. Now we have a variety of options, that is existing file or web page, place in this document, create a new document, and an email address. So we will address all of these one at each time. So first one, existing file or a web page. Now you can select an existing PDF file or any file in your local system and hyperlink or create a hyperlink to the text, or you can select a website link and place it over here and create it as a hyperlink. Let's explore both the options. First, let's try to explore the web page option. So since I've written as Simplilearn, let's use the website link of Simplilearn and create a hyperlink. Let me open Google, new tab, and let me type simplilearn.com. Let me copy the hyperlink, and now let's get back to the Excel workbook. Now here, let's place the hyperlink. Now you can press OK, and there you go. The hyperlink has been successfully created. Now this link is clickable. When you click on it, it will redirect you to a new Simplilearn's home web page, right? So this is how you create a hyperlink to a website. Now we shall explore another option, that is using an existing file, right? Let's create a new text box here. Let's name it as existing file, and okay, existing file should be good. Again, the same. You can either click, right click and select hyperlink, or Control K. Now let's select existing file or web page option. Now here you can see navigate key. Press on that, and let's navigate our files. Let's select all files here. Remember to select all files. Okay, by default it shows as office files. Now let's explore our file option. So let's select Fundamentals of Computer Programming option, which is a PDF file. Press OK, and there you go. We have created a hyperlink. So when I click on this, you can directly navigate to an existing PDF file in your local system, and it will be open as a web page. Click on it and you can see the PDF file. Now close. Now another thing, when you navigate onto this, you'll see the lengthier HTTP address, and same happens here, right? So if you're a little uncomfortable watching this lengthier link, you can also edit it. You can choose the option of edit hyperlink and see the screen tip option. Click on it, and here you can change the text to display option and write it as click here to know more. Press OK. Again, press OK, and now if you navigate onto it, instead of seeing a lengthier hyperlink, what you can see is click here to know more. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake. So I think I forgot an E somewhere over here. Yes. Click here to know more and press OK. Right. So here you can see click here to know more. Let's try this again over here. So edit hyperlink, screen tip option, and instead of the lengthier text box or hyperlink, you can write as click to open notes. Or PDF. Click OK and click another OK, and you are done. So instead of seeing that lengthier hyperlink, you can see click here to open PDF, right? So far we have explored two options, that is existing file and existing web page, right? Now let's try to explore another option. Again, hyperlink, right click hyperlink, and here you have seen place this in document, right? So which is like, okay, let me show this to you instead of telling you. So here what it is doing is, you have the cell A5 and you wanted to refer to A1 or any other cell in the same worksheet. So you can do that, right? So now for your reference, let me cancel it and let me create a new sheet. And here, navigate me to here, right? Let me write it as navigate me to here. Okay. So now what we will do is, so here we will create that navigate link from using the hyperlink option. Place this in this document. You can see the sheet 2 option and the cell reference is A1 where we have written navigate me to here. So when I click this A5 cell, okay, let me also rename it. Write it as navigate cell, navigating cell, right? Now create that, Control K. Let me select sheet 2 and the cell address is A1. Press OK. Now what's the change, right? When you click on this, you will be redirected to sheet 2 cell A1. Navigate me to here, right? So this can be like a shortcut when you have multiple sheets, like 100 sheets. Then you can have a different column over here and add the navigation address to all those cell links. You can just click on that cell and go into the different sheet and to the specific cell which you have given the address. In our case, I have given sheet 2 address cell A1, right? So this is another trick. Now let's get back to the hyperlink thing again. Control K, and another option is create new document. So you might have been through option of having, let's say, some cheat sheets or clip-on clipboards, right? So let us imagine that you're working through a huge worksheet and you wanted to have a track of everything and keep notes updating, right? So it might be a little complicated to understand, so let me show it practically. So let me write it down as clipboard or sticky note, right? Okay, I think this has a hyperlink. Okay, this can be used, no worries. Back to hyperlink option again. Create new document. Now here you can create a variety of documents, right? So it can be a text document, it can be an Excel document, it can be a PDF document, right? For now we'll create a text document. Okay, we'll name it as tracker.txt. so this should create as a text document, and the location can be anything. So you can take it as a desktop documents download. So let me take documents here and select OK. So I'll be having this tracker.txt located in the documents folder, and you can also choose to edit the document later or edit the document now. Let us select edit the document now, press OK, and there you go. So you have your text tracker here. So let us imagine that we have worked on the Excel sheet and we wanted to write down as a sticky note so that we can remember what we have done on the Excel sheet. So update 1 and update 2. Now you can close it. So it'll ask for a save option, save it, and done. And let us imagine that you did something else and you also updated something else on the sticky note, Excel sheet, and you wanted to update that on your sticky note. So click on it and you'll see a minor notice over here from Microsoft Excel based on potential security concerns. You can select yes, and you'll be having access to your text document again, and write down your update again here, update 3, what you have written, right? The latest update, what you have. And you can save it and close. So that's how you keep track of your sticky note, and you'll have all your updates, right? Now, getting back to the hyperlinks again. The last one is email address. So you can also try to add, okay, let us imagine that you're working with a colleague, and every time you make an update in your Excel sheet or anything, and you wanted to send him out an email, right? So it would be a little time consuming that you open your email and compose something and send it over here. But what if you had one single click and access to the email compose option, right? That can be done. So let us write down email colleague. Bear me with the spelling. So again, the Control K and hyperlink, select email option, and you can write down your email, which can be anything. So you can write down your friend's email address. So I'm just writing down some random email here, friend@gmail.com, and can write the subject about update and press OK. This will navigate you to the Gmail option or the mailing address options. Click on it and you'll have a variety of mailing options: Outlook, Office 365, Yahoo, iCloud, Google, etc. So you can select any one of those. Since we have written as gmail.com, we'll navigate to Gmail, and all you have to do is log in, all the formalities, and you're good to go with emailing. So let's skip this for now. So you know how to do the rest parts. So far we have covered all the hyperlink options in Excel, that is existing file or a web page, place this in the current executing worksheet or document, creating a new document for your update thing, and also including the email, right? So far we have covered everything around hyperlink in Excel, and if you have anything to know more about, or if you feel that we have missed out anything important regarding hyperlink in Excel, you can feel free to let us know.
So first we will understand what exactly is standard deviation. So standard deviation is a calculated square of variance. Now what is variance? Okay, nothing to worry. Let us also understand what is variance. Now the next part, variance. So what is variance? Variance is a measure of variability. It is calculated by taking the average of squared deviations from the mean. Now what are deviations? So slowly you can understand that we're getting into the topic of statistics and graphs. So before getting deep into it, let's understand what is deviation. So the deviation is a measure that is used to find the difference between the observed value and the expected value of a variable. In simple terms, deviation is the distance from the center point. So for example, when you are going through a graph, so you will be expecting some value, right? And if you get some difference that is above or below the expected point, that is called the deviation. What is the difference between the expected point and the obtained point? So that is the deviation. Now, next is the observed value. So the observed value is the value that you get in real time, unlike the predicted value. So now you might be thinking, to calculate standard deviation, we might need a few more parameters, and you're exactly right. So to calculate standard deviation in Excel, you need variance, and then you need deviation, and then you need mean, right? So all these parameters are supposed to be calculated first, and then you will be having the final formula to calculate standard deviation. Now that we understood the theoretical and formula-based explanation about standard deviation, it's time we calculate the standard deviation using one of the most popular business intelligence tool, that is Microsoft Excel. So let's get back to the practical mode. So now we are on the practical mode, and we have some sample data on my screen right now. Let me expand it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So as discussed before, to calculate standard deviation, we might require the mean,
variance, deviation, and deviation squared, and then we can calculate the standard deviation. So let's go step by step. So the first one is calculating sum, right? So to calculate average, we might need sum of all the scores. So we have the index values, that is 1 to 10, and scores of each index value, that is 1 to 10, right? Now let's calculate the sum of all values here. Press tab to select the function, select and drag these cells, press enter, and then you have the scores. Now you want number of indexes. So clearly you can see we have 10, but still let's count them. COUNT, tab space to select, and select the number of cells, press enter, and you have count. Now what's the mean? So mean is simply the average of all the numbers, right? So you can either divide the sum by count, or you can simply use the average function. So let's try to use the average function so that we also have an idea of how the average function works. Press tab to select it and select all the cells, press enter. Now you have the average or mean value. Now we have the mean value, and now after finding the mean value, we are supposed to find out the deviation. So remember the deviation, that is the difference between the obtained value and the predicted value, right? So the obtained value is this one, which is here in C2, and the predicted value is this one, that is 82.6. That's our mean, right? According to formula, we are supposed to eliminate the value of obtained minus the mean, right? So select the cell equals to C2 minus the obtained value, that is mean. Now press F4 to freeze the value, and now press enter so that you can freeze the value and drag the formula across all the cells. Now you have the deviation, right? Now the next step is to find the sum of all the deviation numbers. So either you can apply the sum formula to all these numbers, or you can just drag the cell over here and the formula will be automatically copied. Now similarly, the count function to count all the values, that is drag it and you'll have it over here, right? Now the next step is to find out the square deviations, or the square of the deviations, which is really simple. All you have to do is equals to select the cell and see that small hat kind of logo on the number 6, use that. Now into 2, press enter, you have the square. Similarly, drag the same formula across all the cells and you'll have your square numbers. Similarly, drag this summation function over here, so you'll have the sum of this and the count number as well. Now comes the final formula. Now we have the mean value, that is over here. Let's color it. And we have the variation square. Now that is, which is this one. Let's color it in a different shade. And we have deviation as well. Let's color it in a different shade. Now we need to find the variance, and after we find the variance, the last step is to count the standard deviation, or to calculate the standard deviation. So what is the formula to calculate the variance? So for variance, you need the sum of deviation square divided by total number of values minus 1. Press enter, and that's your variance. Now the standard deviation. So the standard deviation is really simple. You need to calculate the variance to the power of 0.5, and that's your standard deviation. So that's how you calculate standard deviation in Excel. I hope all the formulas and the explanation was clear.
So you can see that we have got started with Microsoft Excel, and on the left hand side we have a simple table with all the teams in an IT industry, starting from IT admin, testing, development to client consultant support. We have got everything in this particular table. Now our main idea is to find out the index of these particular elements. For example, if you wanted to find the index of the element marketing, then how could you do it? So here, let's try to use the match function in Excel. For that, we want lookup value and position. So on the right hand side, you can see that I've created two separate columns as lookup value and positions. So in the lookup value column, we will be inserting the value of which you want to find the index. Now, for example, let us consider that we want to find the index value of team marketing. So I'll be writing marketing in this particular lookup value. Now, how to find the index value of the element marketing? For that, we will be using the match function in Excel. Now, after writing the match function, you can see that it is asking for 3 different parameters. So the first one is the lookup value, second is the lookup array, and lastly we have match type. So lookup value is the value of which you are trying to find the index, that is marketing, this particular cell. So we have selected the lookup value, which is the first one. Next, we have to select the lookup array, that is from which set of elements you want to find the index. So the set of elements are this IT admin testing, the column which we have created, the A column. Now we have selected the lookup array, and lastly the match type. Is it you're looking for less than, or is it you're looking for exact match, or is it greater than match? So for now I want exact match, so I will be selecting the exact match, that is 0. Now there you go, you have the exact index of the element, that is 5. Now we have selected all the 10 teams starting from IT 1, admin 2, testing 3, development 4, marketing 5. So that's how you find the index of a selected element in Excel. Now we just have like 10 elements, so we have got the writing of the elements, or choosing the elements in a easy way. But what if you had like 100 elements, right? Could be a little different. Okay, so let me put it simple. Now you wanted to find the index value of finance. So right now we have marketing and you wanted to type in finance and you missed out a letter A. Okay, now you're not finding the right index. To avoid such problems, you can always take the help of data validation in Excel. That is, using the list in data validation in Excel. You can see a small drop down icon here, right? You can choose that, and here you can see all the teams that we have created in the left column, right? So here I can scroll down and choose the finance, and there you go, I have the index value. Okay, again we need to copy paste the same match function in Excel over here. Equals to match, lookup value, lookup array, and exact match. So there you go. That's how you make use of data validation in Excel, and using the list you can comprehend all the list elements in this particular column into the list of data validation, and you can choose the team whichever you want to find the index for. So this is how you can make use of match function in Excel or index match function in Excel.
To sort data in Excel. So on my spreadsheet you can see some employee data, and on the column F and G you can see employee date of birth and employee date of joining. For example, you wanted to sort the employee data in the form of earliest joining employee and the latest joining employee, right? That is, who is the employee who joined first to this company and who is the employee who joined last to this company. So for that, you just need to select the column of date. So let's select both the columns and go to home and check or verify if the data type is date or not. So generally the data type will be set to general by default by Excel. So we need to make sure that we have the proper data type, which is date. Now that we have the proper data type, select the entire column and go to the data option, and here select the sort option, and in the sort option select the expand selection. Click on sort, and here sort by employee date of joining and oldest to newest. That's what we wanted, the oldest employee, or you can also set it to the newest employee to oldest according to your requirement, but we'll go to oldest to newest according to the case study right now. Just click on OK and that should be done. So Emily, who's a manager, is the oldest employee who joined the company, and Chris, who's a trainee in IT support, is the latest employee who joined the company. Now that's how you sort date in Excel. Now on my screen, you can see the sales of 4 quarters from different regions, that is East, West, South, North and Central. Now you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened from all the regions in Q1, or you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened in one region of all the 4 quarters. That is, either you want to calculate the sum of all the regions from quarter 1, or you might want to calculate the sum of all the quarters in one region, right? So to do this, you have some simple functions in Excel. So you might say you have some function, etc., right? For that, you might want to go into the, equals to mode and fetch sum option and subtotal or sumifs. You have to select the function from here. But what if I tell you that there is one simple, easy shortcut where you just have to make one single click and you'll have all the sum, right? So that seems interesting. So on the top in the home bar, select home, and on the top right corner, you have the editing group. In editing group, you have aggregation function, that is summation. So you have different aggregations here, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, more functions. Here you might want to select the sum and you can get all the summation numbers here. So I'll select one cell. So the second query where we wanted to calculate the sum of all the sales happened in East region with all the quarters included, that is this one, C2 to F2, right? So let us select G2 and select the auto sum option, and here it will automatically select the range for you, that is C2 to F2. If you want to change it, you can also change it, like minimize the number. If you just wanted to calculate the sum of 3 quarters, you can do that. So now we want 4 quarters, so select enter, and there you go, you have all the sales of all the 4 quarters of East region. Now if you simply drag it, you will have the sum of all the 4 quarters of all different regions. Now let us calculate the summation of Q1 of all the regions, that is this one. Select auto sum and it will automatically select all the cells for you, that is from C2 to C6, right? Press enter and you'll have the summation. Similarly, you can drag it and you have the numbers here of all the Q2 sales of all the regions, Q3 sales of all region, and Q4 sales of all region. Now let us try to change the color so that you can have a reference, that is it's different, it's its total sum, or right, you just have a reference to identify it. Now similarly to this one as well. So that's how you implement auto sum in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. So you can see that I have 5 different sheets of the same data. So why do we have that? So I'll be explaining you how to sort data for multiple parameters. So firstly, we will try to sort data in the form of numbers, right? So let us imagine that this data is being shared with you by your manager, and he wants you to sort this data based on the salary numbers. So he wants you to arrange the data in the form of ascending order or descending order maybe, which will help him find the employee with the highest salary, right? So how could you do that? So it's really simple. You could sort the entire data just within a few clicks. So how would you do that? So since you're focusing on salary, select any cell from the salary column only, right? Select this particular column and select any cell in the salary column. Get into the sort and filter options, and here select this sort of arrangement you need, that is largest to smallest or the smallest to largest. Since the problem statement was to find the highest salary, click on largest to smallest, and there you go. So you have Tony, and the designation is senior, and he works in IT support, and he draws the highest salary of 80,000, right? And there's also another one, which is Pepper, and she works for the analytics team. And now the next sheet. Let's get into the sheet 2, and this time let us imagine that you wanted to arrange or sort the data based on the employee date of joining or date of birth, right? Again, if you wanted to arrange the data in which you find the youngest employee or the oldest employee of the organization, you can do that. Click on any cell in the date of birth column and go back to the sort and filter. And here you will be seeing the options sort oldest to the newest, or the sort the data from newest to the oldest. So since we want the oldest employee, select oldest to newest. And there you go. So the oldest employee is Alfred, who is an associate designation employee, and he works in the admin department, and he's drawing the salary of 25,000. So that's how you can sort the data when you are trying to sort the data based on date wise. So first we try to sort the data on the number wise. So you can apply the same for your employee ID, salary, and if there is any possibility, you can do that as well. And if you want to apply the same sorting based on dates, you can do that as well using the sorting function in the same way. Now let's get back onto the third sheet. And here, now, single column wise is perfectly fine. There is no issues with that. Now you wanted to, let us imagine that you have two columns. Okay, let's eliminate a few columns here. Maybe we can eliminate the employee ID and okay, let's keep a few columns. So we'll just keep employee name and employee salary. Okay, so here we are trying to demonstrate if you are trying to sort the data using one cell in the column B, will it maintain its relationship with the cell A? Okay, that's our query, right? So let's see, I'll go a little detail. So let us imagine that you wanted to sort this data based on highest salary. Okay, so when you do that, will it also impact the cells in the column A? So it will basically impact, but just it's a query, right? Any of you viewers might have that query. Will I, if I try to sort the data based on this, will it affect the cells on the rest of the data set? Okay, so basically it will impact. So I'll try to, sort the data based on ascending order. So this is the smallest to largest, and you can see the Tony and Pepper. So since I selected the cell in the column B, it also impacted the change on the cells of column A. So that's how the sorting works. Now we'll get to a little advanced sorting techniques. So here we try to, already we try to sort the data based on numbers, based on alphabets, based on, date of birth, right? So I think we forgot the ascending or or sorting based on alphabets. Let's do that as well. Select any cell in the column A and go to sort and filter. Try selecting A to Z, or okay, let's try to Z to A. Okay, so here you can see the names have been sorted based on the descending order from Z to A, right? So far we tried on alphabets, so far we tried on numbers, date of birth, and a couple of more things. So let's dig a little deeper and try to sort based on colors, right? So for that, you don't, find that extra setting here in the regular sort and filter. So you might want to get into the data option, and here you'll find another sort function, which is a little advanced. So that's how you do it. So since we have colored in the cell or column of salary, select that salary, and we're going with cell value. So in the cell values section, select the cell color, and here on the cell color options, you'll have green, blue, and yellow. That's what we have used in our cells. So let's keep green in the first position, which is on top, and press OK. Now you'll see green has been sorted to the first position. Now yellow and blue are left out. So why is that? So because you didn't provide it, right? So you can do that as well. You can always add the setting to it. Right, select any cell, go to sort and add a level, and then again select the salary and cell values to cell colors, and now the cell color in the second position would be blue, and that will be on bottom, and I can add another level, the same salary, the cell values will be cell color, and cell yellow will be somewhere in between or bottom. Okay, so based on hierarchy, it will be selecting. Press OK, and there you go. So you have cell yellow and blue at the bottom and green at the top position as per your suggestions. Now we are on the last sheet. So here in this last sheet, we are going to, dig a little deeper into the advanced sorting methods. So previously, we tried to apply the advanced sorting methods for colors. Now we'll try to apply the advanced sorting methods based on the data set we have here. I mean, the data we have in our data set, right? So select the sort option and let's add a few details, right? So firstly, let's sort the column employee ID. Okay, so let's have the smallest to largest, or yeah, now that would be good. Now let's add another level where we will sort. Okay, I think we will sort based on employee name. That would be a little better. So let's try to sort it on employee name here, and here will be employee salary. Okay, now the cell values, and this would be from A to Z, and the salaries will be from smallest to largest. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to sort the employee list based on employee names from A to Z. So the employee's name starting from A to Z will be ordered first, and another subset of the sorting will be done based on highest salaries, that is smallest to highest. So let us imagine that we have 3 employees with names starting from A and their salaries are 10,000, 20,000 and 30,000. So how would it sort? So it will sort basically in the alphabetical order first. So first 3 names will be sorted, and then it will also have another condition to sort the data with, keeping the lowest salary on top and highest salary in the last, right? So this is how the algorithm works for sorting. Now let's press OK and see the output. So there you go. The names are Alfred, and we have the highest salary here, smallest to highest. So this is 25,000. Next we have Banner, Barnes and Ben. So here you might be seeing why we have Ben in the 3rd position despite he has the lowest salary and name starts with B, right? So here it is trying to work based on the alphabets in the order, right? So B, A and B, E. It's not just comparing the first letter, it's also comparing the following letters as well, right? So N comes first, R comes later. So Barnes is pushed to the 2nd position. A comes first and E comes later. So B, A letters are pushed to the 1st position and Ben is pushed to the 3rd position. So that's how it works, right? So accordingly, the set for BA is created here, 35, 40. Next Ben, 12, and next you have Bobby, Brian, Brock, Chris, Clark, right? So that's how the data has been organized and sorted based on multiple levels of parameters you provide for sorting. So that's how you use sorting in Excel, slicers and filters in Excel.
So slicers in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slicers in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option. And in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options. Since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, Next, designation, department, and let's also select employee name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Hlookup who works in the East zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee, and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation.
It is really simple to add filters in Excel. So we are on a practical mode right now. So on my screen, you can see an Excel spreadsheet of sales data. So here you have various columns, regions, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, and much more, right? So now let us imagine that we want to add filters on the region part. So we have south, west, east, etc., right? So we want to, let us imagine that you want to extract the data of only west region and you wanted a filter. So doing it manually could take a lot of time. So using filters will be helpful. Now select one cell on the headers part and select the filter option in the data toolbar. You can see the data option in the toolbar, right? So click on the data option and navigate to sort and filter group, and in that select the option of filter. Now you can see the filters are being added to all the column headers: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, right? Now we wanted the west category. So when you see or when you click on the drop down icon, you can see all the options are selected, right? The central, east, west, south, everything, right? But now we just want west one, so click on west and select OK. There you go. So you have everything from the west region. Now let's imagine that you wanted to look into office supplies only or technology only, right? You can do the same with technology and press OK, and now you'll have all the technology related sales in the west region, right? So that's how you use filters in Excel.
However, if you are looking to get certified, then hey there, we are here with an amazing course through which you can catch the eyes of top recruiters in the industry. Allow me to introduce Postgraduate Program in Data Analytics by Simplilearn. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees.
Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon you can see data tools group, and in the data tools group you have the option of data validation. Now select the entire column, go to the data tools group, select data validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901, and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error, right? To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data 10902, and it will take it as the correct value. And again 10902.
903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name, where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert, invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00 and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary, please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022. 02 2022. It will not take this, it will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this as March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 PM in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 AM to 5 PM.
this should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time, and let's try to provide wrong timings. 08. Now it will not take it. It will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 PM. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16 30 0 0. This will be valid, and 15 30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay. Let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option. And here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for one or two options, maybe three, or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah, now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options here, you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message, data options, or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester. So that's how you can protect your how to protect and lock cells in Excel. Now why do we need to lock or protect cells in Excel? Let us imagine that there is an Excel sheet with really confidential data and you need to pass that data to your subordinate or your colleague to make some minor edits. Now let us imagine that the edits are supposed to be done to only 1 or 2 columns and the rest of the columns should be left as they are. Now there is a huge possibility that sometimes unknowingly or unwillingly there might be some edits done by your colleague or your subordinate. So to avoid such kind of unexpected mistakes, you might want to protect and lock your cells that you don't want your subordinate or your colleague to edit. So before we begin, be kind enough to get subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated on the latest IT trends and tech content. Now without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is lock or protect cells in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data and you want to edit only 2 columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have 2 major steps. First one is to lock the cells and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here and you have all the cells selected, and now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that. And now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation, and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company, and the software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. Now you can see that I have sales data on my worksheet. So let us imagine that your manager asked you to find the average of sales happening in your company, right? So let's navigate to the bottommost cell and write it down as average here. Okay, average sales. So here, this is a cell where you want to keep your average, right? So here we'll be writing a small formula, that is average, and tab to select it. Now you must select the array of data, right? So this is my array, since average is an array function, and now press enter. So there you go, you have the average sales data that happened in your company.
So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, view, and help. So the second method, we can use page layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select a view and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printer's option. For example, if you're connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there is a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. right? So in collated, you have different options. That is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay, let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay, so you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers, right? In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, right? Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order, right? That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have 2 options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have 2 modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have 2, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3 and any number of copies you want. For now I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can find PDF. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant 2 PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does? Right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet, there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now how do you see it? You can see it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then you can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row, and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets.
Now we are on the spreadsheet. So here, what exactly are page breaks? So page breaks are something which help you during you're trying to print your data or present your data in the form of a web page, right? In those times, you cannot fit your entire Excel data in one spreadsheet or one paper or one web page, right? So in those scenarios, Excel will try to eliminate a few parts of your spreadsheet, or it will try to split the spreadsheet. So how exactly it looks like? So go to the view option and click on the view and click on page break preview. Here you can see the dotted lines, right? So these are the things which separate your data in form of pages so that it can be printable on one single page. So some of the times the user or the X-user manually inserts a page break, right? So how do you insert it? Just go to the page layout, and here you can see the page breaks. Insert a page break, and we have successfully inserted a page break. Again, go to the view, go to page break view, and here you can see the solid line. So these solid ones are the ones which are inserted by the users or anyone who had the access to the data. Now how do we eliminate them, right? So we can eliminate them, and we can try to get the sheet back to the normal way. So all you have to do is click on the cell which has the page break, which is right under the page break. Go to the insert page break, page layout menu, go to the breaks option, click on remove page break, and there you go, you have successfully eliminated the page break. And page break preview to make sure that the page break has been successfully removed, so you cannot see that anymore. So that's how you try to insert or eliminate a page break in Excel.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on trained dataset,
And here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting. Highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as the red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel. Now here on my spreadsheet you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now, to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right-click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the Customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works? So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times, then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet. Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range. So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right? So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green, right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well, but this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only.
Datedif function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as Datedif by a few people, and a few people also reference it to Datedif, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that, you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 0105, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything. So you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the Datedif function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the m as the third parameter. And if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give d as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here as your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be Datedif or Datedif. So Datedif and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is y. Close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So now For this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now, let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now, let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class because all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if we have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset but not to remove them. So you can select that and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates and press OK, and you can see 1 duplicate value was found and it has been removed and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel. So what is Sumifs in Excel? Now you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region.
So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly Sumifs. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to like or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using Sumifs. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a Sumifs function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have sum if. It is just sum if, not sum ifs. Today we are concentrating on sum ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to sum ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply sum ifs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box, and it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying SumIf function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our SumIfs. Now again, remember we are using SumIfs here, not SumIf or sum. So select SumIfs and press tab and we have our SumIfs function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold control, again press shift and hold shift together. So we're holding control and shift key together, and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold control and shift together, lower arrow key, the entire column is selected. Now the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now which type of data you want? So for now we want Western type of data, that is the sales data which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South, and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data. right? Or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West. Let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma. And you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do Sumifs in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using Sumifs function in the same way. All you have to do is select this subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use Sumifs in Excel. Now creating a pivot table is just away from a few clicks. Trust me, it is just a couple of clicks and you'll have your pivot table ready to operate. Now click any cell or select any cell on your spreadsheet which has the data and navigate to insert menu on the toolbar and select pivot table, and that's how simple it is. Now automatically Excel will choose your data. You can see the lines over here, dotted lines. That means the Excel has already selected the range of data that you want to put into your pivot table, and you can either select the existing worksheet or a new worksheet. I'll select a new worksheet over here and just press on OK, and there you go, you have your pivot table ready. Now here you can see your pivot table is a little empty. All you need to do is drag and drop the data elements that you want on your pivot table. So here you can see on our spreadsheet, we have some business data related to a store, which has furniture and states and subcategories of the furniture and all the, in category you have furniture, office supplies, technology, etc., right? So those have some subcategories as well and different states and the regions as well, and the quantity total sales happen, right? So using this business data, we can find out some key insights of this particular data using our pivot table, right? So here we'll add the data. Now let me drag the region into rows, click and drag, and let me drag categories into columns, which are the different categories which are involved in the sales data, and values, what are the sales happened, right? And there you go. You have furnitures, office supplies, technology as the three different categories, and those are the sales happened in Central, East, South, and West regions, and this is the grand total. And instead of regions, you have all the regions over here, right? So Central, East, South, West, or instead of all the regions, or instead of all the categories, you can, place a specific category in your pivot table. For example, let me push the category into the filters, and here you can see the total sales happened in those particular regions. Now what if someone asks you to find the sales of only furniture, right? So your manager comes to you and he'll ask you, getting the sales of only furniture. So you can select that, and there you go, you have the furniture sales in all the regions, right? Or you can also do the vice versa. You can also drag regions into the filters, and if you wanted to find out the region wise sales of furniture, you can also do that, right? So here we have furniture, and here you have all the regions, and let us try to find the sales of furniture in the central region, and there you go, right? So this is how the pivot table works. And you can also remove the regions. For example, if you wanted to remove a certain element from filters or anywhere, if it is columns, rows, anything, you can just drag and drop it, right? So that's how it works. And also you can increase the level of detail or improve the granularity, right? So here we have categories on our columns. So you can also include subcategories into the columns, right? And you have the region wise sales. So in the region filter, select all, press OK, and in the category, select all, press OK, and you have the furniture here, office supplies here, and technology here. And also if you want to include the quantity, how much or how many number of things got sold in those particular categories and subcategories, you can also do that. So here in the furniture section, books, these are the sales, and this is the number of quantity or elements sold in those particular sectors. So you can also improve the level of granularity. You can also improve the level of detail using pivot tables. And now autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It'll fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates in columns, and here in the type select date. Date unit should be weekday and the stock value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January, so your stock value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here, and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel. So on my screen, you can see a simple spreadsheet with student names and their marks on my sheet. So we will be calculating what are the total marks obtained by the students in overall subjects and calculate what is the percentage. Now we will carry forward a few simple inbuilt functions in Excel to calculate that. First, we will be calculating the sum of marks. So here equals to sum function, and select the range of cells. Close the bracket, press enter. So you have the sum now. So we have to calculate it, repeat. So by clicking on the same formula, now we have the total of all the subjects for individual students. And now let's calculate percentage. So usually we use the divide by option, that is divide the total number of marks obtained by the total number of marks available, that is we will be dividing 407 by 500 and then we will be multiplying that into 100. So that's how we calculate the percentage. So cell G2 divided by cell H2, press enter, and you will end up with the decimal format. That's perfectly alright. Now we have also extended the same formula for all our cells. Now select this overall column or select the highlighted cells, right, and get into the data type. Here you have general, so that's why we have got that decimal format. But when you press percentage, you'll have the actual percentage of all the students according to their marks achieved. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet has some values of employees, that is their employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth, and date of joining. Now our concern is to highlight some cells which are duplicate in this, or some rows which are duplicate. So for example, here you can see on row number 7 we have the details of Martha, and you can see the same details of Martha in the row number 14 as well, right? So you need to eliminate those cells, or you need to eliminate those rows. Now you can say there is a quick way, just few clicks and those will be eliminated, that is conditional formatting. Yes, that is also one way, but I'll show you what's the problem with that. Okay, so let us select the entire table and get into conditional formatting, and here you have duplicate values, highlight cell rules with duplicate values, and there you go, the problem. So here we have designation which is duplicated in certain ways, department and salary, state of joining, right? So there are certain conditions or scenarios where you cannot directly identify which is the duplicate row. Again, you can use the same for this, right? So you can select the entire column of employee ID and you can identify the duplicate cells here, since the employee IDs are unique for everyone. So this is a way, but let's dig a little deeper and understand the way of highlighting duplicates with an advanced technique. So let me cancel this, and for that let's create a new column, and let's name this as duplicate flag. Flag. So the new column has been created, which is dflag. So here we will be using a simple formula, that is countf, and here press tab to select the formula, and here we will be adding our range, that is which range are you considering. So the range will be the employee ID, since employee IDs are unique for every employee, and let's press function F4 to fix it. And now again the criteria, and the criteria will be the same cell, that is A2, and now close the bracket and press enter. Now let's drag the same formula to all the rows. Okay, now here we have. Now what you can do is sort it in an advanced way. Go to sort and filter and custom sort, and here you'll be sorting by the D flag, and it will be smallest to largest. So now You can apply the conditional formatting to highlight it. You can select the column H or the D flag, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and here you can get into greater than and give the value as 1. Okay, so all the cells which are repeated multiple times will be selected here, and they will be highlighted with a selected color what you have given. So I've given red. So now you can select these cells and highlight them or delete them from your spreadsheet. And now all your data in the spreadsheet is unique and clean.
Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go. It is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go. You have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3. Let me expand my screen a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at my screen, we have two different columns. One column is about the years and the second column is about the revenue. Now what we want to do is we want to create a line graph where we have year on the x-axis and revenue on the y-axis, and we will be generating a line graph based on the data we have. Now for that, we have to select the entire data what we have. Then we need to go into the insert option in the toolbar, and then you can see a lot of chart options in the insert ribbon. Now here you can see that we have a line chart or area chart option. Select that, and here you can see 2D line graphs. Now let's select the first one, and there you go. You have the line chart here. Now let's rename the title. And there is one problem with the chart here. You can see that the x-axis is not actually pointing the years. You can make a change to that, no worries. Just right click, and then you can see the select data option, and there you go. You have the edit option here. Just edit it, and now select the range. I am selecting the years now. Let's select OK, and there you go. You have the years here. You can just try to expand it a little more. Yeah. So now you have the revenue on the y-axis and year on the x-axis, and this shows the growth of revenue in your company. So this is how you create a line graph in Excel.
Simplylearn. Now, let us imagine that you are the CEO of an IT company and you have taken up multiple projects. Let us imagine that you wish to keep track of all the projects. So, what if there was a tool which could keep track of all the projects in the form of a detailed visualization with the percentage in the form of a graph or a bar chart? Interesting, right? That's exactly what we are going to design today using Microsoft Excel. So without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is Progress Tracker in Excel. Now, to design a progress tracker in Excel, let us get back to the practical mode where we might have to use our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and we have taken some sample data to make things look simple. So here we're considering a set of students and their attendance percentage. So we will be using this particular data and design a progress tracker. Now let us try to increase the size of the cells. Now select all the cells in the attendance column. Now we have selected all the cells in the attendance column, and in the toolbar select the Home tab, and inside the Home tab you have Styles group. Inside the Styles group select Conditional Formatting, and inside the Conditional Formatting option select New Rule. So in the New Rule we want to select the first option, that is Format all cells based on their values. Now here you can see Format Style. Since we are trying to create data bars, we need to select the option of data bars here. And under the data bar options, we have some more options on the drop down menu. So here in the type, select number, and the minimum number is 0. It is automatically stored here, and the maximum value is again a number, and let us provide it as 1. Now here you can select the color for your bars. Now since we have already chosen green for all the column headers, let's choose blue and select OK. Now here you can see that the values are being indicated using bar graphs, right? And you can also see the percentage values. But we can make it look a little more better by shifting them to the left side, and text could be given as white so that it's more vibrant to look at. And now we can also apply some conditional formatting onto these attendance columns. So let us try to highlight the students having attendance less than 65%. So highlight cell rules less than 65% attendance. With red color. Select OK, and there you go. You have the progress tracker right on your screen, and using the same principles, you can track the attendance for all the students, and also you can apply some conditional formatting onto all your cells and highlight the ones which are not on the track. Now this is how you can implement progress trackers using Excel.
Now for this particular example, we are going to use the employees data. Now let's quickly get back to the practical mode and enter into Excel. Now you can see that we are on Excel sheet right now. So let me expand my screen a little bit so that the data is a little more visible. Yeah. So here on my screen, you can see that we have employees data. So the first column is the name of the employees, and the second column is the start dates of the employees, that when have they started working with the organization and when they have ended or resigned to their position in that particular organization. And the duration gives us the number of days they have worked in that particular organization. So to create a Gantt chart is really simple. You just have to select the data and then go to the insert option, and in there you can see the charts icon and select all charts, and in that select the bar chart, and here you can see the stacked bar chart. Select that and press OK, and there you go. You have the stacked bar chart right on your screen. Let's expand this a little more so that we have the clear visualization of the dates as well. Now you can, if you want, you can change the title as ORG data or employee data. And now we are partially done with our chart. Now the next thing we have to do is select the bar chart, right click on it, select data, and here select the add icon. Now you need to select the series name. So the series name is duration for our Gantt chart, and series values are, let's select this and select, let's move a little. Yeah, so these are the data series. Let's select OK, and you can see the Gantt chart on my screen right here. Select OK and it's done. And still now it's not complete yet. So to finish it, you need to select the blue colored bars here and right click on them and select Format Data Series. Go to the fill icon and select No Fill. And it's done for now, and you can see that there is a difference in this particular arrangement. We had Joe at the first place and Susan at the last place, but here you can see Joe is in the last place and Susan is in the first place. So we need to make some arrangements here. For that, right click, select Format, Access, and then here you can see Categorize in reverse order, and there you go, it should be done. And there you go, you have your Gantt chart right on your screen.
However, if you are looking to get certified, then hey there, we are here with an amazing course through which you can catch the eyes of top recruiters in the industry. Allow me to introduce Postgraduate Program in Data Analytics by Simplilearn. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
We have started the Microsoft Excel. On my screen, you can see a small dataset. The dataset is about students and their marks in the 6 semesters. Right, now we should be creating a new heat map to describe their rankings. Now, to create a heat map, the procedure is really simple. Just Control A, select the entire data, go to the Home tab, and there you can see the Styles group. And in the Styles group, click on the Conditional Formatting. Now, out of all the options, go to the Color Scales. And when you open the color scales, you can see some types of maps. Select the green, yellow, red scale map, which should show green for highest, yellow for mediate, and red for low. Right? This is how you create a heat map. Just select the first option, and there you go. The heat map has been successfully generated. The green colored cells indicate the highest marks. Orange and yellow color indicate the intermediate marks or the average marks. And the red color indicates the lowest marks. That's how you create heat maps in Excel. We have reached the end of this session on how to create heat maps in Excel. But before we end the video, let's take a minute to hear it from our learners about their success story after graduating from the business analyst postgraduate program by Simplilearn from Purdue University in collaboration with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft.
Excel is a really powerful tool for data analytics and reporting, and pivot tables are one of the features that Excel offers for creating tabular reports to summarize our data. Let's begin by understanding what is a pivot table. A pivot table is a tool that summarizes and reorganizes selected columns and rows of data in a spreadsheet to obtain a desired report. It does not actually change the spreadsheet data, it simply pivots or turns the data to view it in different perspectives. Pivot tables are especially useful with large amounts of data that would be time consuming to calculate manually. Now, let's understand the different components of a pivot table. So there are four main components. First we have rows. When a field is chosen for the row area, it populates as the first column in the pivot table. Similar to the columns, all row labels are unique values and duplicates are removed. Columns is the second component. When a field is chosen for the column area, only the unique values of the field are listed across the top. Then we have values. Each value is kept in a pivot table cell and displays the summarized information. The most common values are sum, average, minimum, and maximum. Finally, we have filters. Filters apply a calculation or restriction to the entire table. So let's jump over to Microsoft Excel and let me show you the dataset that we will use in this demo. So with India being ready for its 16th census in 2021, that is next year, it is a good time for us to analyze India's last census data from 2011 and see where different states and cities across India stood in terms of population, literacy, and other socio-economic factors. We will analyze this data by creating different pivot tables in Excel and explore some of its features. So let's begin. First, I'll show you one of the features that Excel offers us. So suppose I click on any cell and hit Ctrl plus Q, you can see our entire table is selected, and at the right bottom there's an option of quick analysis. Now you can see by default Excel has prompted certain features such as formatting, we have charts, totals, and there's one more called tables. Now Excel by default has created some pivot tables for us. Now the first one you see is sum of district code by state names. Next we have sum of sex ratio by state name. Then we have sum of child sex ratio, sum of male graduates, and sum of female graduates by state name, and there are others. Before creating our pivot table, so let's have a final look at our data set. So first column you see is the city column. So there are different cities from different parts of India. Then we have the state code, we have the state name, district code, we have the total population followed by male and female population. Next you can see we have the total literates from each city. Then we have the male and female literates. Next we have the sex ratio. Then we have the child sex ratio. Next we have total number of graduates. And finally you can see we have male and female graduates. So using this table we'll create several pivot tables. Now first of all, let's create a pivot table to find the total population for each state and sort it in descending order. So you can see here we have the problem statement. So our first pivot table will have the total population for each of the states in descending order. So to create a pivot table, you can click any cell in your data, go to the Insert tab, and here left you can see we have the option to create a pivot table. So let me select pivot table. Now my range is already selected, the entire table, and here I'll choose existing worksheet because I want to place my pivot table in the same worksheet, and I'll give my location, I'll point to cell Q5. Now let me click OK. You can see the pivot table fields appears here on the right. Now since we want to find the total population for each state, so what I'll do is I'll drag my state name onto rows. So here in our pivot table you can see we have the different state names listed. Now we want the total population for each of these states. So in the field list I'll search for total population, which is this one, and drag it under values. You can see we have a sum of total population for each of these states. By default Excel will sum any numeric column You can always change it to average, minimum, maximum, anything you want. Now we want to sort this column in descending order. So I right click, go to sort option and choose Z to A, that is largest to smallest. You can see here in 2011 Maharashtra had the highest number of population, or the total population in Maharashtra was the highest. Then it was Uttar Pradesh, we had Andhra Pradesh, and if I come down we have Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands towards the end. So this is a simple pivot table that we created. Now the next problem we have is we want to find the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So let's see how to do it. I'll click on any cell, go to insert, and here I can click on pivot table. My range is selected. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location, which is Q5. I click on OK. Now here we want to find the total sum of literates. So what I'll do is, first let me drag total literates column to values. You have the total sum of literates from all the states. Next, I want to see the sum of total literates based on states and cities. So let me first drag state name onto rows, and then we'll drag city onto rows. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. To the left of the pivot table, you can see we have the state names and the cities per state, and on the right you can see the total number of literates from each city. If I scroll down, we have Assam, then you can see we have Bihar, and if I keep scrolling, we have all the states: Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, that's Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become a union territory. We have Jharkhand, Karnataka, and other states as well. Moving on. Okay, so the next thing we want to see is what is the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state. With that, we also want to find the states that had the highest and lowest sex ratio in 2011. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert, choose pivot table, click on existing worksheet. I'll select cell Q5 and click on OK. Now, since we want the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio, so first I'll drag those columns. Either you can manually scroll and drag it, or here you have the option to search for it. So if I look for child, you can see we have the same column listed. You can just drag it from there. Let me delete this. And I also want the sex ratio, so I'll place it on top of child sex ratio. Next, we want to see it based on different states. So what I'll do is I'll take state name and put it under rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. On the left you can see we have the different state names listed, and on the right we have the values. Now we want to find the average. Now by default Excel will sum the numeric columns. You can see it tells you sum of sex ratio and child sex ratio. So what you can do, you can click on this drop down and go to value field settings, and here summarize values by, you can choose average. You can see the custom name, it says average of sex ratio. Click on OK. Our entire column is now giving us the average sex ratio. Similarly for this column, let me convert it into average. I'll again click on the drop down, go to value field settings, click on average and click OK. And you can see here we have the average of child sex ratio for each of the states. Now the next question says which states had the highest and lowest sex ratio. So we'll consider this column. So we'll sort it in any order you want. You can do it either ascending or descending. Let me sort it in descending order. You can see we have our column sorted now. So in 2011 Kerala had the highest sex ratio, and if I scroll down to the bottom you can see Himachal Pradesh had the lowest, which is around 818. Up next, Let's explore one more feature of pivot table. So suppose you want to see the top or bottom few rows of a pivot table, you can do that as well. So here we have a question at hand. We want to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. So let's see from the entire pivot table how we can filter the top 3 cities. So I'll go to insert, click on the pivot table option, go to existing worksheet, click on Q5 and hit OK. Now since we want to find the top 3 cities, I'll drag city column onto rows, and then we want the female graduates. So in the search bar I'll look for female and I'll choose this column, that is female graduates, and drag it here onto values. So I have the sum of female graduates for each of the cities. Now since we want to find the highest number of female graduates in the top 3 cities, so let me first sort this column. I'll sort it in descending order. Now we have it sorted. Now from this you can say that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore are the top 3 cities, but it's displaying all the cities for us. So let's filter only the top 3. So what you can do is right click and go to filter. Under filter you have the option of top 10. I'll select this. Here I only want the top 3. So either you can go down like this, or you can directly type 3. Your column is already selected. Let me just click on OK. There you go. We have the required pivot table ready, and it only displays us the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. Now the next thing we want to see is how to use a slicer in a pivot table. So we have a question here. What's the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka? So let's create a pivot table for this and see how you can use a slicer to filter the table. Click on existing. I'll click on a location, this time Q6. Click OK. Now since I want the total population, so I'll drag total population onto values, and then I'll select the city onto rows and then the state name also. I'll place it on top of city. So you have in the pivot table all the states and their cities, and on the right you can see the total population for each of these cities. But our question is, we want to find only for Rajasthan and Karnataka. Now for that, what you can do is go to insert and create a slicer. Either you can create from this option, or you can go to pivot table analyze option, and here you have the option to create or insert a slicer. I'll click on this, and since we want to slice the table based on state, that is Rajasthan and Karnataka, I'll choose state name as my slicer field. You can see this is my slicer here. Now you only want the data for Rajasthan and Karnataka, so I'll search for these two. So here we have Karnataka, so let me select Karnataka first, and I also want for Rajasthan, so let me select Rajasthan also. You can see in our pivot table we only have data for Rajasthan and Karnataka. So this pivot table shows you different cities from Karnataka and the total sum of population from each of the cities, and similarly we also have for Rajasthan. Moving ahead, now we will see another very interesting feature of pivot, that is how you can create percentage contribution of a table. For example, we have a question here. What's the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state? Now we want to see in terms of percentage and not as sum or average. Let's do that. I'll create my pivot table, click on existing, and I'll select an empty cell. Okay. Now here, since we want to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates, so first I'll drag male literates onto values, followed by female literates onto values. By default it has summed up the male literates and female literates value. And also I want to drag state column to rows. So here you can see the sum of male literates and female literates per state. I want to convert this as percentage contribution. So what we can do is I'll select any cell and I'll right click and I'll go to show value as, and here I have the option to select percentage of grand total. So I'll select this. You can see we have the percentage contribution of male literates to the total. Now if I sort this, you will get to know which state contributed or has the highest percentage contribution. So we have Maharashtra for male literates, then we had Uttar Pradesh in 2011. If I come down, we had Meghalaya, Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as those states which had little or minimal contribution to male literates. Similarly, let's do it for female literates. I'll go to show value as and select percentage of grand total. So you can see here also Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, then Gujarat and all had the highest percentage contribution to female literates. So this is another good feature to convert your data and see it in terms of percentage. Now moving ahead, let's say we want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state that had the lowest female graduates. We can do that as well. I'll go to insert, click on pivot, go to existing worksheet, select an empty worksheet and click on OK. Now since I want to see based on states as well as cities, so let me drag the state name first onto rows and let's drag the city column onto rows. Next we want female graduates, so let me look for female graduates in the field list. I'll drag it onto values. Now we have the list of states and their respective cities, and to the right of the pivot table you can see the sum of female graduates from each city. Now first I'll sort this column. I'll right click, go to sort and click on shortest to largest. Now we have sorted our female graduates from shortest or smallest to largest. Now since I want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state, I'll come to this cell, right click, go to filter and select top 10. Now I'll replace top 10 with bottom and I want the bottom 3 cities from each state. I have my column selected, that is sum of female graduates. If I click on OK, you can see here some of the states don't have 3 cities. So you can see Andaman and Nicobar Islands has only 1 city, that is Port Blair, while the remaining you can find the bottom 3 cities with the lowest number of female graduates. So Andhra Pradesh had these 3, in Assam we had Nagaon, then there was Dibrugarh and Silchar. Similarly, if I come down in Haryana we have Palwal, Kathal and Zind. If I come further, here you can see for Karnataka there's Gangavati, there's Rani Benur and there's Kolar. Similarly you can see for Kerala as well. Now moving ahead, now in the next example I'll tell you how you can create a calculated field or a calculated column in Excel with the help of a pivot table. So in a pivot table you can create or use custom formulas to create calculated fields or items. Calculated fields are formulas that can refer to other fields in the pivot table. Calculated fields appear with other value fields in the pivot table. Like other value fields, a calculated field's name may precede with sum of followed by the field name. So here we have a sales table that has columns like the items, which has different fruits and vegetables, and those have been categorized as fruits and vegetables. We have the price per kg and this is in terms of rupees, and we have the quantity that was sold. Now let's see, if you want to find the sales for each item in the table, you can create a calculated field. So your sales column is going to be the product of price per kg and quantity. So let me show you how you can do that with the help of a pivot table. I'll create a pivot table first. Click on an empty cell, hit OK. Now, if you see on the top, under pivot table analyze and under calculations, we have the option fields, items and sets. If I click on this drop down, I get the option to create a calculated field or insert a calculated field. I click on this. I'll give my field name as sales and I'll select my formula. I'll first click on price per kg and hit insert field. I'll give a space, hit shift 8 to give the product symbol, and then I'll double click on quantity. Now this is my formula for sales, that is price per kg multiplied by quantity. I'll click on add and I click on OK. If you see here, there's a calculated field that is present in the pivot table fields, which is sales, but it did not add it to our original table. Our original table is the same, but here we have added a calculated field which is present only in the pivot table list. Now we can use this. It has already taken it under values. Now let's say I want to find the sum of sales for each item under each category. You can see it here. We have our category fruit and we have our category vegetable, and under that we have different items like apple, apricot, banana. Similarly, in vegetables we have broccoli, the carrots, corn, eggplant and others. So this is how you can create a calculated field in a pivot table. Now there's one more good feature that Excel offers us in pivot table is to create a pivot chart. So you can use your pivot table and create different charts. So I'll show you how to do that. If I go to insert, here I have the option of recommended charts. If I click on this, Excel gives me some default charts which you can use. Let's say I'll select this. Let me drag it a bit to the right. Here you can see I'll close this pivot field list. This is a nice bar chart that Excel has created. This is called a pivot chart. Now here you can see the category fruits and vegetables and the different fruits and vegetables or the items. In the y-axis you can see the total sales. If you see from the graph, guava made the highest amount of sales. Now if I sort this, let's sort this first. You can see it here, fruit guava made the highest amount of sales. Now since I sorted and changed my pivot table, the pivot chart also automatically gets updated. Similarly, there are other charts also that you can create. Let's go to the insert tab and let's click on recommended charts again. Let's look for a pie chart. So this is a pie chart that you can create. Let me click on OK. So here is our pie chart, and each pie represents a certain item, and the pie that has the highest area represents it had the highest amount of sales. In this case you can see it is guava, and similarly we have other items as well. This is fruit banana, that's corn, and we have spinach and others. Let's explore a few other charts. So first I'll click on my pivot table, go to insert, and under recommended charts let's now select a line chart. If I hit OK, move it to the right. So this is a line chart. You can see it starts from guava, which had the highest amount of sales, then it drops, and in the x-axis you can see the different items. Similarly, when it starts with the vegetables, broccoli made the highest amount of sales with 2,800 rupees, and our lowest was eggplant at 900 rupees. For fruits, papaya sold the least at 700 rupees. Let's take another chart. I'll go to insert. Under recommended charts, let's see, this time we'll see a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart and not a vertical one. We just saw a vertical column chart like this. This is an horizontal bar chart. Now you can always increase and decrease the size of these charts. Let's explore a last chart. Let's take the area chart for now. So this is an area chart. Again, it looks similar to the line chart. It starts with guava, which had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, papaya under fruits had the lowest amount of sales. Under vegetables it was broccoli, and finally eggplant made the lowest amount of sales under vegetable. Now let's go to our first sheet and summarize what we have done in this demo for pivot tables in Excel. So we had our data. This is 2011 census data from India. We had the different cities, the state names, and we had the total population, total literates, female literates, male literates. We had the sex ratio, total graduates, and other information. So we began by understanding how to create a simple pivot table where we calculated the total population for each state and sorted it in descending order. We found that Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh had the total population in 2011. Then we saw another pivot table where we calculated the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So you can see we had the different state names and the cities under each state. Then we saw another feature where you could calculate the average of a certain numerical column. So here we calculated the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state and found out which one had the highest and lowest sex ratio. After that, we saw how you could find or filter tables. We saw how to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. We found out that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore were the top cities with highest number of female graduates. Next, we saw how to use slicer in a pivot table. So we sliced our table based on Rajasthan and Karnataka state and saw the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka. In the next sheet, we explored another feature that was to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state. Then here we saw how to find out the bottom 3 cities for each state having lowest female graduates. Now one thing marked that some of the states did not have 3 cities. For example, Andaman had only 1 city, that was Port Blair, but the others we found out the bottom 3 cities that had the lowest female graduates. Finally, we looked at how to create a calculated field in a pivot table. So we saw how to create a calculated field called sales, and then we explored how to create different charts and graphs. So this was an area chart that we saw. There's a column chart. We also saw or looked at a bar chart that was a horizontal bar chart. Similarly, we saw how to create a pie chart as well.
So how to create a pivot chart, you ask? It is really simple. All you need to do is just follow few steps and you have your pivot chart ready, which is completely interactive. Now all you have to do is select any cell in the dataset you have and rush into the insert toolbar. Then in the group of charts, you have an option called pivot chart. Select on it. Now you'll be asked to select the data range, and you can see Excel has automatically selected all the range that you want to include in your pivot chart. Then you have another option which is asking you to either create the pivot chart in the current worksheet or a new worksheet. For now, let's select a new worksheet. And there you go. Voila, the pivot chart is completely ready. You might ask me, this is completely empty. Yes, the default pivot chart, what you get from Excel, will be completely empty, but you can add the legends and all the data that you want to add onto your pivot chart just by dragging and dropping the data from the right hand side of your Excel sheet, that is from the pivot chart fields. So you can see we have various options: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, etc. Now I'll add region. I'll add region to access, and comparatively we will see the sales that are happening in those particular regions by dragging sales into values. Now you have all the data in the form of pivot chart which is completely interactive, which represents the sales happening in those regions. Now, you can also select a particular region, right? By default, all the regions are selected, but if you want to select only central, then you can do that by deselecting everything and select only central and select OK, and there you go. You have all the data related to the sales happening in the central region. Now, if you want to, kind of see all the categories of sales happening in all the regions, you can drag the category into values again. And in the region part, okay, I think we have to add category into legends. Yes. Now, select regions, that is all regions, and select OK. And you can see the category-wise sales in all the regions at one single go. And I hope you did not observe it clearly. The Excel also gives you the completely prepared pivot table as well, right? Which is also interactive. You can also get to choose the data from here as well and select OK, and you'll see that being reflected on the pivot chart. So here you can see both pivot table and pivot charts are completely interactive. Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West zone, next is South zone, East zone, and Central zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region, and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here, click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here, let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be South. Next one will be East. And the last one will be Central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales, and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select Central, and you'll get the details of the Central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology, and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets. Mail merge in Excel is a simple yet spectacular method to write similar emails to hundreds and thousands of recipients without a hassle or even a single error. Let us imagine that you are supposed to write an interview call letter to multiple recipients. So, what if you had like 5 recipients? You could do 5 different emails and you could send them. But what if you had 50 or even 500, right? That would seem a little troublesome, and you might even feel that you might want a whole team to do that, right? But what if I say that you can do the same with one single mail? Within a matter of minutes, you send all the emails to all the 50 or 500 recipients. Sounds interesting, right? So now in this particular tutorial, we are going to do the same. Now without further ado, let's directly get onto the practical mode and start our Excel and try to do some mail merge in Excel. Now we are on practical mode and we have started our Microsoft Excel. So regarding the example we discussed earlier, that is sending an interview call letter to multiple people, that's what exactly this Excel sheet does. So here we have about 25 members or 25 candidates with their first name, last name, and email and their address written over. Now where is our call letter? Now this happens to be our call letter. So the call letter is being sent from an imaginary company, that is Smart Solutions Private Limited India, and followed by that we are having one recipient here who happens to be Mia, and the subject and everything, all the text related to the interview call. Now we are trying to send this one single interview call letter to all the 25 people. Now the only change that is going to happen is the recipient's name and address is going to change, and the addressing. For example, here you can see Dear Mia. So instead of Dear Mia, we are going to greet the recipient with their particular name. So that's what we're going to try to do now. So to do that, you have to go into the toolbar and select Mailings option. In the Mailings option, you can see the Start Mail Merge, Select Recipients, Edit Recipient, and all other options. So here, you might want to select the second group, and inside the second group, you have an option called Select Recipients. Click on that, and now it will show you some options. The first one is type in new list. So if you are having some list, then you can type in, or if you already have an existing list like what we did, creating an Excel sheet and storing all the email and address and all the recipients' complete details, you can use that as well. So here we're going to use the existing list. So click on that. Now it will show you a new dialog box using which you have to navigate to the existing list. So our existing list is named as Mail Merge. So click on that and select Open. Now press OK. Now the next part is to address all the details. So here you can see that to address, and after that you can see the addressing of the recipient. Now we have to encode this mail in such a way that to all the recipients, automatically Excel will replace the addresses, names, and the greetings. Right? Now let's try that. Now let's try to encode the address part. So highlight the address part, and in the same mailings option, you can find the address block in Write and Insert Fields ribbon. So let's select that, and now you can see the address of everyone, right? So this is the preview of the recipient's address. Now you can see that the recipient's full name and state is only available here, not the street and house number, etc. Now you can fix that by selecting the Match Fields option, and here you can include the address, so which might be the house or apartment, and the second one would be street, and postal code you can match it with pin code, and that's all. Yeah, remaining we have everything else. Let's look at the preview, and this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now let's select OK. Now that's fine. And similarly, we will also try to match the, just a moment, yeah.
Similarly, we'll try to encode the recipient's name. Now for that, let's go into the greetings line. Here you can see you can select the option dear sir or dear ma'am or to whomever may concern, and here you have another option to or just dear, so we'll go with dear, and this is how the preview looks like. And if you're happy with that, it's okay. And if you want to parallelly check for other things, other recipients, you can also do that. For example, the next recipient is Santosh Shastri, and followed by him we have Prabhakar Reddy, Rajesh Saho, right? You can also check everything. And here you can also see the address changing on the mail. So you can check for Jagdish Chari, his address and his name, right? So it looks like it's working perfectly. Now select OK, and that's done. Now we are in the final stage, and in the mailings option, you can see the last two options, that is the preview results and finish. So before merging and finishing the mail merge, we shall go through a quick preview to check if everything is fine or not. So here you can see we have the address block. This is how the encoding looks like, and if you replace the encoding with the actual address and name, this is how the actual address and name look like. And you can check all the letters. You can just click on the arrow key here, and you can check all the recipient's address and their names, right? So if you can find any errors, you can replace them, and if not, if everything is fine, then you can just quickly press on the finish and merge option. When you finish merge option or finish and merge option, you get three different options, that is edit individual documents, print documents, and send all these to the recipients. Now if you had any queries, or if you had any doubts about, or if you find any errors on the mails, then you can go to that particular individual document and edit it with the first option. And in the second option, you can print all the documents. Like if you want to send a hard copy, then you can print it. So you can see here all and select OK, and then you can kind of save it as a PDF, or you can send the location of your printer and then just press OK, right? You can just save them in the form of PDF, or you can directly send the emails. Right now I'm not connected to any printer, so I'm not going to print any documents. Now let us try the last one. This should be interesting. Now when you select the mail option, then it automatically selects the email column from your Excel sheet. Remember, we had an email column from Excel sheet, right? This particular column, Word automatically selects that column from Excel, and you can just select OK, and all the mails will be sent to all these imaginary mailing addresses. So that's how it's done.
What is Excel Vlookup? Vlookup stands for vertical lookup. Vlookup lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. Vlookup takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a Vlookup function. So Vlookup takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the Vlookup function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Xlookup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how Vlookup performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how Vlookup is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how Vlookup works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. If you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the Vlookup function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my Vlookup formula, and using this formula I'm getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the data set we'll be using. Now this is the same data set that you saw a while ago. So this data set has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our Vlookup analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my Vlookup function. So let's go ahead and write our Vlookup function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my Vlookup formula. To write the Vlookup formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write Vlookup. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I'm going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to Vlookup. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because If you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use Vlookup in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below you can see there's an option called Vlookup. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till let's say the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use Vlookup in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell Vlookup to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So I'll type Vlookup, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why Vlookup returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, Vlookup will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence Vlookup returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for mat, again Vlookup will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is mat, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what Vlookup is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see Vlookup has returned me pen. Now let's understand why Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, Vlookup in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of Vlookup, which tells Vlookup always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, Vlookup only looks to the right. So if I use the Vlookup function for this example here, I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is Vlookup always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says Vlookup returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice, you see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, Vlookup always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the Vlookup function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see Vlookup will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the Vlookup function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So Vlookup did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, we have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the Vlookup function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. Vlookup has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because Vlookup only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is Vlookup is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our Vlookup function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly Vlookup did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table, in uppercase. So this shows that Vlookup is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The Vlookup function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use Vlookup to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with Vlookup, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using Vlookup. So I'll write my function Vlookup. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with ki, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by ki. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma. The range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. Vlookup has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the Vlookup function. So I'll write the Vlookup function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass ki within double inverted commas because ki is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing ki followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if_NA function. And within if_NA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type if_NA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma. My table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma. My column index number is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. Now this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our Vlookup formula. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, my table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all we saw our dataset, which was a sales dataset that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how Vlookup performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write Vlookup in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your Vlookup parameters. Next we saw how Vlookup performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that we saw an important property of Vlookup, that is Vlookup only looks to the right, followed by Vlookup only returns the first match, following which we saw that Vlookup is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still Vlookup found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use Vlookups, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with Vlookup, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit Xlookup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement Hlookup in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the Hlookup. Now for that, equals to Hlookup. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array, we have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using Hlookup. So equals Hlookup and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use Hlookup in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary, and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using Xlookup. Now let's start to implement Xlookup. So for that, equals to Xlookup. And for lookup, you can see if we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first three parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we are going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary. And there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the Xlookup formula a little bit. So let's try that. Xlookup, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's alright, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, Xlookup searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021 and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So Xlookup. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary. Now we are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and data. So one of those is Vstack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu you can navigate to account, and in the account you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now, and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the Vstack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again, this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use Vstack function in Excel, and there are also a few more new updates from Microsoft Excel, and we will discuss on them sooner. So the name itself conveys that it is something like a reference function, right? So it refers to a cell which is present in a particular sheet or the current sheet, or it refers to a particular range in the current sheet, or it can also refer to an entire workbook in a current window, right? So you can stay here on the sheet number 1 and you can refer something which is present on the sheet number 10 or 11. You can stay in this current workbook and refer to something which is around in a different workbook altogether. So that's exactly how the indirect function in Excel works. Okay, so I guess the definition was a little difficult to get. Let me show you a simple demo here so that it becomes a little easier for you. So currently I'm in the cell number A2, right? Now here I will implement the indirect function. Press tab to select it, and now I'll refer to the cell C2 and let's enter, and there you go. Let me properly close the window, it's there. So let me implement the indirect function here. So equals to indirect and press tab to select. Now I'll be selecting the cell C2, and inside C2 we have E2 address. Now the formula is fine. I have implemented the indirect function and selected the cell E2, and now if I press enter, see the magic. There you go. So in the cell E2 we have the text hello world. So when I use the indirect function to refer, which is something in C2, it is indirectly referring to another cell address, that is E2, which has the text hello world. Now this one was a little pretty simpler. Now let's check some complicated ones, and we'll move to sheet number 1. Here we have some student names and their marks on the individual subjects, that is math, science, English, computer science. And here you can see I'm selecting the student names, and accordingly I'm getting their average score and the total marks obtained, right? Seems interesting. How did I do this? So this is done exactly using the indirect function. So let's do it again. So this is how you do it. Now here I will be using, okay, before we get into this, we need to do some fundamentals before we do it, right? So the fundamentals are, you need to name your individual columns. So here I have Brian and his marks. So I'll select entire marks of Brian, so ranging from B2 to B4. Right click, and here you can see define name, and I'll be naming it as Brian. It's already named. We might get an error, so it's already named. Okay, let's add another one, maybe Jennifer. Let's cancel this. So let's add Jenny, and her marks will be 96, 87. I'm selecting some random numbers here. So 87. So we have the new column here. Now we need to name this column, define a name, and it's Jenny. So Excel has automatically selected the name for this column. So let's press OK. Now we have our columns ready. Now here if you see the drop down, we have Amy, Banna, Brian, Brock, Emily, Jenny, John, everyone over here, right? So the columns are named, the individual columns are named. So now the student name. So here you can use some simple trick called data validation here. Select the data option in the toolbar, navigate to data tools. Here select data validation, and in this, instead of any value, select list, and here give the source as this particular set. Press OK so that you get the drop down menu over here. You can also type the individual names again. When you type the individual names, you might go wrong with the case or spelling, right? So it's better always to use this kind of list options, which will make things easier for you. Now getting into the average calculation. So here the average will be equals to average. Press tab to select. Now the indirect function. Indirect of the cell address and close the bracket. First you might get an error because currently it is empty. So select some name and you'll get your average score. Now same thing applies to total. You can press the sum function, select the sum function and type in the indirect function and the cell V11, close the brackets and press enter. So that's how you do it.
However, if you are looking to get certified, then hey there, we are here with an amazing course through which you can catch the eyes of top recruiters in the industry. Allow me to introduce Postgraduate Program in Data Analytics by Simplilearn. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Now, at times you might be working on a really important spreadsheet on your Excel, or you might have the sales data of your company or some confidential data of your organization. And you might have shared the file with your junior, or you might face some barcode issue and you forgot to save or you missed to save your data. And what to do if you cannot save your data and how can you recover it, right? So this might be a really big hassle. Today we are exactly going to discuss the same and see how to do it in multiple ways. So Excel comes up with an option to automatically save the data. Also, it will try to warn you that your data is not being saved. Would you like me to save it or not? Right, so we'll do the first one. So here you have the auto save option. You can either say okay to it or you can ignore it. In case if you ignore it, if you choose to ignore it, or if you choose to manually save it, and then if you want to close the file, remember we haven't saved the file. If you wish to close it, Excel will automatically come up with a dialog box asking you want to save your changes to your data.xlsx. That means it is asking you if I have to save it or not. Let's try to ignore this and forcefully let's try to close it. You can go to Task Manager option. Here we are trying to simulate the option of barcode issues. So we are forcefully closing Excel without saving any data. So we have closed it. Now here you can see we do not have Excel running in the background. Now, when you directly open or try to start Excel, when you get the power backup again, and if you want to open that same data file, it will ask you the document recovery option. It says you have closed the file without saving the changes, and you can choose to, come back from the same place where we left last time. Okay, now that was the barcode issue, and now let's see another way. Okay, let's imagine that somebody eliminated few important data files from your organization's confidential data, employee ID, employee name, etc. And again, let's simulate the force close of the Excel. Now we are closing it again without saving. No data was being saved. Now it will also ask the same data. It has another version here, the original one, which wasn't saved. So here you can recover the same file again, however it was initially. So you can save it and it will get back to the original place. So this was one way. Also, we have another few multiple ways. Just we have to navigate to File, and here you can open. And in the open menu, you have a button called Recover Unsaved Workbooks. Not just the current workbook, it will also have all the remaining files which are related to Excel that are not saved. So here you have a few workbooks which was not saved. This is one option, and we also have another option. We can just navigate to Info, and there you have another option called Manage Workbook. And in the Manage Workbook, you have another option called Recover Unsaved Workbooks, which will also redirect you to the same file, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, and you'll have all the unsaved workbooks which are related to Excel. So this is how you can recover the unsaved data in Excel using multiple ways. First thing, Excel will automatically ask you if you have to save the file or not. And in case if you forget to save it, you can directly recover it by default by Excel. It will automatically show that some folder was not saved on the left side of your Excel spreadsheet by default. And in case if you missed out on that one, you can manually go to File, and you can either choose Open option or Info option to recover the unsaved folders from your default file location from your PC, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, etc. which will have all the list of all unsaved workbooks related to Excel.
Let's see what is a project plan. Project plan is a basic thing that is needed to execute a project. According to Project Management Book of Knowledge, a project can be defined as an approved, elaborative document that guides the team during project execution and project control. When we are making a project plan must answer several questions for us. These questions are like, what are we expecting our project to deliver? How are we expecting to get our deliverables within the desired time? Who all will be a part of our project and what tasks they will have in the project? When will the project start and when it is expected to end? That is, the deadlines of the project. Now, let us learn about project management in Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most common applications these days. It is used in both offices and at homes. Microsoft Excel is an easy project management tool that allows the team members to easily see the tasks in a project, develop a plan, and track its progress.
We have reached the end of this session on Excel formulas for job interview. Should you need any assistance, PPT and other resources used in this session, please let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.